Hello, everybody. A little NFL draft chat tonight with our good friend Big Pauly and Bleacher Bums Game. And that's Pauly to the top, and that's Anthony to the bottom. Our good friend Anthony Crooks, who's also the creator of Glory Days Boxing Junior Set, out soon.
At the printers now.
At the printers now.
I should have it by Monday or Tuesday.
Card and Dice Boxing makes everything nice. To a tabletop near you. Pauly and I will attest to it, and many
yes,
others.
We will.
And now for some draft talk with the coach, Anthony Crooks. Anthony, are you excited about this draft?
I actually am. I'm excited to see one of my BYU quarterbacks go high again.
Yeah, he's expected.
And a lot of intrigue, I think, in the middle of the first round.
In this mock draft that I printed up to the Jets, and you know they're a phenomenal organization. That's where young quarterbacks go to not do good. Anyway, yeah, number 2. Is that where you have him?
Unfortunately, yeah, I do.
So, again, we have Big Pauly. Thank you for joining us. And the coach, Anthony Crooks. We might do a Sunday football show if this goes well. The coach. Which he is, a football coach. You know what I did enjoy as they're getting ready? Well, they're in Cleveland.
Yeah, they're in Cleveland. They're in an indoor setting. I guess it's right next to the Brown Stadium.
Yeah. Before we start, Anthony, I really did enjoy when you had the coaches film you kind of did, the coaches videos that you put up. It was very fun to watch. I enjoyed that. A lot of insight into coaching at the high school level, but still, it's really fun to listen to.
And it's only too bad COVID let us play exactly one game last season.
It's true, but this year's going to be different. This year's going to be different. So they got a good crowd there. So Anthony, Pauly, do you have any thoughts before we go to Anthony?
It'll be kind of interesting to see how this evolves. I think it's pretty much set in stone that Trevor Lawrence is going to be the top pick out of Clemson going to the Jags. And, you know, as we were saying right before we came on the air, I think there's a lot of intrigue as to what happens with Aaron Rodgers, and that might play into the draft tonight.
Now, I expect the same thing. I expect a couple of first-round trades, one of which might be a big surprise. And I think really once you get past the 4th pick, there's a lot of things that are up in the air, especially as you get to picks, say 7 through 10, where there could be some trades involving quarterbacks too.
Do you think only because I like this player out of Alabama and he won the Heisman, Devonta Smith, do you think he could fall a couple more? They have him listed going 6 to the Dolphins or thereabouts. Do you think he'll drop a little more?
I would be honestly shocked if he dropped much lower than that.
So he's not going to drop to my beloved Patriots then?
No. You know who might go? Mac Jones might drop to your beloved Patriots.
I would take Mac Jones. That's celebrity bikini. If Jay Cruz looked like that, he'd be A-okay. He's A-okay anyway.
Well, guys,
I'll go ahead.
I was just going to ask. A lot of intrigue about what the teams in the middle are going to do, like Dallas. Not a lot of intrigue with Tampa Bay. I think they stand pat, but I think somebody catches them next year. I'm a Bucs fan, but I can't see them winning it twice in a row.
They put together a good team, though.
They did.
So you never know. They want to win.
I think it'll be like Kansas City this past year, where they look good for half the season, and they just start chopping them down.
So are we all in consensus? Trevor Lawrence goes first?
Yes.
I would say we could agree on that back in January, yeah.
Yeah. I like Trevor Lawrence out of Clemson. He's a lefty, correct?
Righty.
Oh, he's a righty. Okay. It's the hair that makes me think of Kenny Stabler, the Snake. And I think
You know what's interesting with Jacksonville, though, is Urban Meyer stepped down twice because of health reasons, too much stress at the college.
Yeah,
It doesn't get any easier here, buddy.
no.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now you coach at the high school level. You've done it at a high level for a very long time. You came out of retirement to help out a friend who coaches. Just tell us, again, that's at the high school level, and you have tremendous, I don't want to say, there's a lot of work to be put in. So like you said, he stepped down twice for health reasons, and now he's going to the most extreme level.
And here's a typical day for me just at high school, okay?
Yeah.
Get up, start my day job at 5 a.m., work till 3, go to practice, meetings at 3:30, field at 4, off the field at 6:30, meetings, and then get home about 8 o'clock. So it's that way 5 days a week during the high school season. So yeah, in the NFL, I mean, you're putting in 14, 15-hour days. It's stressful. So we'll see how Urban holds up.
We shall
You gotta have
see.
a good assistant. You got to have a good assistant if you're Urban Meyer, kind of like when he was with Ohio State and he had the former Bucks coach, Shiano. I'm getting the Bucks in again, but Shiano was a great college coach, never really made it in the pros.
You know what's funny? Before the draft hasn't started yet, you mentioned Greg Schiano. He did a good job at Rutgers, right?
Yes.
Raised up the program, and they all want to jump. And I know he got a lot of money to go do wherever, where he went. But sometimes it's good just to stay where you are sometimes, but
I'm sure Schiano wishes he never went to the Bucks and stayed at Rutgers, and now he's back there again.
Yeah. I think the Jaguars are on the board, and I got to put my glasses on because I'm old.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Rob, I see you here. Rob, I sent you the link. Check your email.
Check your email, Rob. Thank you, Anthony. Now, it takes how much time? They have 10 minutes between picks?
I think it's 15.
Yeah.
Okay, we're down to 7. Now, while we're waiting for the pick that we all think is going to be
Trevor Lawrence
is now. See, the good news when you have glasses with the type, I have to see, and then I got to read this way. So, but do you think there's the rumor that Aaron Rodgers is going to get traded today to San Francisco?
I would be really surprised if that happens. What's up, Carl?
Captain Carl in the house. We got lots of illuminations.
Here's what I'm leaning right now for the Niners. I think that they're going to get Lance. I think they're going to keep Garoppolo for another season and let him tutor Lance. Now, and it depends. If they pick someone else, I think Garoppolo's fate hinges on who they pick. If they pick Lance, I think they have to keep him. If they pick Jones, I think they look to trade him.
Just say hypothetically they get Aaron Rodgers. I was telling you offline what I think happens. They release Garoppolo, obviously.
Yeah.
And he winds up back with the Patriots. That's my thought process. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying when I saw that, I was like, holy cow. And then, I saw it in a couple of places, not just like on, Bobby Smith's YouTube channel. Someone just throwing spaghetti to see if it sticks.
And that's the thing. Teams keep things close to the vest. I think teams purposely put rumors out there to screw with their competitors too. You never know.
Yes,
Nate Cruz,
very much so.
AKA Celebrity Bikini, says Rodgers wants to be traded. Interesting.
Yeah.
Funny that rumor just got started today. I'm kind of wondering what's in his mind. And
Celebrity Bikini says,
"Oh, hello, Rob."
There he is.
Hi, Rob.
Rumor just got started today. I'm kind of wondering what's in his mind. And
You got YouTube. You got
oh, hello,
sound on.
Rob.
There he is.
Hi, Rob.
Rumor just
We're
got
getting
started.
echo, Rob.
So,
I'm kind of wondering what's in his
is
mind.
everybody saying Lawrence?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Turn down YouTube, Rob. Mute YouTube. We're getting echo, Rob.
So, is everybody saying Lawrence?
Yes.
I feel like I'm in a Star Trek episode all of a sudden.
Is everybody saying Lawrence?
Okay. I think we got it.
Better?
Yeah.
There we go.
Yes.
It was just the echo.
Yeah, I got you.
No, good, Rob. Good, Rob. Thank you for joining us. Hope all is well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did I hear Anthony say he thinks Fields is going to 49ers?
No, I think Lance.
Oh, wow. I say Jones.
It's funny. There's been a lot of talk about that. And I think if the 49ers were not able to get a deal for Garoppolo, they might take Fields and use him to mentor. I think if they get a deal, they could take Jones. I think Jones is more ready.
Yeah, I think Jones is a done deal. I think Garoppolo's going to New England.
That's what I think. If San Francisco releases him, because you have to release him he's not going to get traded to the Patriots. The Patriots won't do that. If he's released, because you know how the NFL does it, you release before a certain date and you don't have to pay them.
Right.
If that happens, I think he goes back to the Patriots. That's just my guess.
And why would you keep him if you're trying to put Jones in to a win now situation? Why would you keep both of them?
Right.
Yeah, I don't think you can if you get Jones.
Yeah, I agree.
So when did this Aaron? I just listened on the way home. I was like, Aaron Rodgers. That's when I heard about this.
Right.
When did this pop up?
I saw it like around 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon.
I heard it a little after 5. I'm driving
About 5
home.
Yeah.
And it was a couple of different. Then I checked out a couple other things, and they're running with it. What do you think? I didn't really look into because it's tough. You're driving. I'm not going to look up stuff. And when I got home, I'm eating dinner with Nurse Teresa. And did they say what they were going to trade to get Aaron Rodgers?
Well, obviously, I think anybody that's going to get Rodgers, their number one tonight's probably gone.
Yeah.
Why would they keep him? So Green Bay's got to be working with either Denver or the Vegas. The 49ers, they've been talking to the 49ers for 4 days, and they couldn't get anything accomplished. He wanted to go to the 49ers, but to me, now everything, prior to Teddy Bridgewater going to the Broncos, why not the Raiders now? It's what, to me, it makes the most sense. Of the 3 teams he wants to go to, why not the Raiders?
Then that means Carr would be gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Carr took a very bad knee injury at the tail end of last season, a Thursday night game. I think it was with Denver or the Chargers, and he might not be 100% coming back. It would make sense Vegas would be in the market for a quarterback.
Yeah.
Anthony, do you think any of this might happen, or is it just people throwing stuff out there?
It's so hard to tell with the draft. And, and I was saying if San Francisco does go after Rodgers, what do they do? Swap number ones with Green Bay and then take Rodgers, or, what you'd have to give up that number 1 pick somehow.
Oh, I think it's going to cost them 2 or 3. I don't think Green Bay would get just 1. I think they'd get a couple. That's what I think.
The Packers got to get a sweet deal out of this.
Yeah,
for sure.
So you think, just say hypothetically, wherever Rodgers, let's just say Rodgers goes to San Francisco to make it easy.
Okay.
Okay, you would then think that they would get the Green Bay would get Mac Jones, right?
Well,
maybe?
Why do they want him if they've got Love?
I think if Green Bay pulls that trigger, they've got to be confident Love can step in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then they probably trade down.
Yeah.
They use that to get more picks or more picks.
Exactly.
And here's the thing. I watched Love a lot in college, and I just don't see him as a franchise QB. I'm sorry. I don't.
Yeah.
So if they trade down, does that – Anthony was talking about possibly Mac Jones falling to the Patriots.
Never happened. Never.
If Frisco doesn't get him, he possibly could.
15th? No way. No.
Patriots supposedly are going to make a trade. Well, he'd have to drop to 11.
And Lawrence just went to the Jags as expected.
Yeah.
So Lawrence to the Jags. We're 1 for 1. We're 1 for 1, and we're done, folks. We're done. We're perfect. We're better than anybody. 1 for 1, 4 of us. That is 100%, 400% of the time.
Yes.
I just did the math.
We're all batting 1,000.
I like Wilson now, though. How does everybody like Wilson?
Yes, but I feel bad for him
Oh,
because it's the Jets picking next, and that's where quarterbacks go to die. Not figurative, not really, but
yeah.
The Jets are just such a screwed up organization. And I have cousins who live in New Jersey who are somehow Jets fans, and they worship the Jets. I'm like, I wish they would win at some point for you guys. I feel bad.
I think Saleh will be a good coach, and he's been groomed correctly. Great defensive mind, but man, they have so much work to do. The Jets.
Oh, Sean.
What's up, Sean?
What's going on, bud?
So here's what I like about Lawrence. And obviously, he is a prototypical NFL quarterback, makes all the throws, big arm talent, poised, a leader. I mean, he's lost 4 games since his freshman year in high school. The thing that I think, and he's probably going to lose, he will lose more than 4 games this year. The only criticism I have of him is he doesn't always throw well off platform, and sometimes when that happens, it affects his accuracy. But I don't think he can go wrong any other part.
Do you think Anthony, and for everyone, but for Anthony, because he coaches football, do you think it's easier now for a quarterback out of college to come into the pros just because they're kind of playing a hybrid? Most teams are playing like a hybrid kind of college. They get the quarterback in shotgun a lot of times, 1-2 quick reads. At least that's what.
Yeah, I think in a lot of cases, no. I think a lot of the spread offense, the reads, are a lot simpler than you'll get with an NFL system. Plus, you have that defensive talent and speed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a huge jump. It really is. I mean, from high school to college to the NFL, the speed is just so.
I guess what I mean, I didn't put it right, I guess. You see more young quarterbacks come in. We're back in the day, not all the time, but, they try to groom them a bit. And now you're seeing top picks, we want you to play and see what you can do, except with the Patriots that we don't play our quarterbacks that we draft. So anyway, just a thought. Rob?
I just think in this day and age with salary cap and everything, that forces you either have to play them or all you're going to do is set them for 3 years just so some other team can get them. And I think that's what it is. I think it's a payroll type situation that when they come in there, you push them in there and let them play, because if you don't, you're going to eventually have to have somebody in there. Dak Prescott making $39 million, and
because you only control them for X amount of years before. There's a 3. Okay.
3 years.
Big Pauly, what are your thoughts on that?
I think it all depends on the strength of the opposition you face in college. You got 130 programs in college football, and they all don't play it at the same level. You're coming into the NFL; it's a more condensed league, or 32 teams, and I just think the cream rises to the top.
You remember what college Chuck Long went to? Iowa.
Iowa. Oh yeah, I remember Chuck Long.
He could throw. It just didn't pan out.
No.
All right, so we believe Zach Wilson out of BYU, unfortunately, will go to the Jets.
Yes.
I agree on both points.
Yeah.
Anthony's a big BYU fan.
Third and
Can't
fourth.
say I blame them. They had some great players out of BYU. Steve Young, Jim McMahon, a few other ones.
Mark Wilson.
Gifford Nielsen.
Gifford Nielsen.
Gifford Nielsen.
Mark Wilson.
So
Yep.
they're NFL quarterbacks. Virgil Carter, Gifford Nielsen, Mark Wilson,
Cincinnati,
Young.
I forgot. I'm sitting here trying to think. I forget Steve Young.
Young
Wilson will be the 11th BYU QB to play in the NFL. So they've got a tradition there.
Well,
The Jets better make their picks soon before Wilson leaves the country to go play like in Europe, soccer. So
he doesn't even look old enough to be in the NFL.
No, he doesn't.
Here, Zach Wilson looks like the actor that would play Zach Wilson in a Disney movie about
Yes.
Zach.
Yes, very true.
In a made-for-TV Disney movie, Zach Wilson. Stop.
Speaking about made for TV, we got about 40-mile-an-hour winds here. I'm looking outside. We had a sale today. I got all my stuff on the porch, and we got friggin' what do they call it? Wizard of Oz going on outside.
Stay safe, Rob.
You're getting that front, Rob, that was in Arkansas and Tennessee earlier today.
Oh, is that what it is? I wonder how much rain we're going to get. I hope we don't get a lot. We don't just
no offhand. They've been getting flooding issues in Arkansas a couple of days ago. So
we're not supposed to get a lot of rain. We're supposed to get like 75 degrees and a little bit of cloudiness tomorrow. We had a good day today, 80, 88, 89, whatever it was, but a good day overall.
Do you think the Jets, if they pick Zach Wilson, which we think they will he start right away?
Yeah, he has to. Yeah,
pretty much.
I agree.
To Rob's point, if you take a QB this early and pay him that much money, they're expected to start.
Right.
I think you have to.
Yeah.
I think you have to.
Especially with them already trading the other kid to Carolina.
Gone.
Yeah, he's going to Carolina. So who would you start if you don't start him?
The Jets have done stupider things.
In the last 10 years, yes.
Oh.
All right, here we go. It's definitely. I think we're going to be 2 for 2, which makes us 800% soon.
Yeah. They're making a big production out of this.
Yeah. Here comes Roger Goodell, the most hated person in New England.
And every other state.
Yeah, he's a horrible. He's just a horrible commissioner.
Yeah, but he's still around. Nobody's kicking him out yet.
They make money because they got a TV contract. You're right.
Yeah, I agree.
The New York Jets take George Blanda.
Zach Wilson, BYU.
Well,
he does.
So we're 2 for 2.
Yeah, Nickelodeon.
Yeah.
Oh my God. He really, without him in a football uniform.
That Jets cap is too big for his head. It's like it's swallowing up his head.
Oh, that poor kid's got to go to the Jets.
Don't worry, though. If he stays in New York long enough, he'll either get the swelled head or a black and blue one. So.
Yeah. Well, he could get the swelled head from the black and blues he's going to be taking.
Oh, yeah.
True.
You know what, though? I hope him well. I don't.
Yeah.
Oh, I would shower after hugging Goodell. I feel icky. I'm gonna have to take.
Now everybody's gonna disagree on pick 3.
So here's where it gets interesting.
Yeah.
Yep. This is where it branches out.
So
I'll tell you what. I'll give you my quick rundown on Zach.
Yes. Go ahead.
He reminds me of a more mobile Favre from college. He's got big arm talent too, and he throws as well off platform as probably any quarterback in the league except Mahomes right now already. Yep. So that's going to be an asset. The thing that's going to be hard for him, that's going to get him in trouble, he trusts his arm too much, and he's going to try and force throws.
But you know who else did that originally, and to the end almost? John Elway, and he did okay.
Favre to
the detriment of the Packers in a championship game.
Yeah,
when he helped them almost win, and then he lost it at the end. Yeah. I want to say it was against a Giant or a playoff game when the Giants went to the Super Bowl and beat the. I'm almost positive it's the first time they beat them. You're right, Favre,
right.
Gunslinger mentality.
Yep.
Elway, and there's others, but Elway jumped out real quick.
Yeah. Marino had that gunslinger mentality too. Marino.
What I remember about Elway, he was a very hard thrower.
Yes.
Yeah.
This really is an interesting QB class. It could be as good as the 83 class, or we could have a couple of
this could be the first time
Russells.
This could be the first time I was watching I want to say the year Plunkett got picked by the Patriots. It was Plunkett, Pastorini, and I forgot the third guy. I think they went one.
It could be the first time ever for four quarterbacks could go. Right.
But I mean, 1, 2, 3. It was Plunkett, Pastorini, and they showed. It was really interesting because I'm a Jim Plunkett fan.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and that's why I was like.
So
I can't think of the other guy. That's
Theismann? Well, it wasn't Theismann.
No, it wasn't
Theismann was in Canada.
1970. Yep,
Oh,
Clinton's
okay.
right. Or 70, 71, 70 or 71. I can't remember. 71. 71.
What does Chat think? What does Chat think? Do they think Jones goes next, or do they think Fields, or do they think Lance? I like Jones. I think Jones goes here.
Yeah.
Mac
I looked
Jones,
it up,
very good
Al. Archie
quarterback.
Manning. Archie Manning was the other quarterback.
Okay.
Yeah.
Went 1, 2, 3. It went Plunkett, Manning, Pastorini.
Pastorini.
I think that's. I know Plunkett went 1 to the Patriots.
Pastorini had an arm too.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Got hurt kind of often, but
I think there was a story where he
He
threw.
played on bad
ball up to
Houston
the
teams
12th
early
floor.
on.
very true. Very true.
Speaking of bad teams, Archie Manning played on horrendous teams.
He ran for his life.
I'll just give you the quick, and I like Archie Manning.
Yeah.
The Saints were not good, and he led them to a 8-8 record 1 year, I believe. Then he goes. Go ahead, Anthony.
I was going to say, looking at the Jets' first round selections, it hasn't been pretty since they got Namath in '65.
No, it hasn't.
And Namath cost them a pretty penny.
Yeah.
In 65 money,
Namath,
400 grand.
Namath put a lot of fannies in the seats, though.
Oh
and
yeah,
he made a lot of money off Joe Namath. Again, we can agree, disagree where he belongs, but again, I like to make fun of. But I actually like Joe Namath. As you know, I do my little pro strategy football. What if he was healthy with the Rams as last year? Because it's just a fun thing to do. But Joe Namath was good for football, and it was a good football player. And again,
I'll tell you, he really did. He parlayed a mediocre statistical career into a lot of fame. He really did.
Again, if I used to have this discussion, as again they're talking to the youngster, the poor kid who got drafted by the Jets. Exactly. Exactly. Zach Wilson. I wish him all the best, but he's going to the Jets, Jets. You never know. But my friends and I used to have a discussion, like, who would you take, Joe Namath or Fran Tarkenton? And I used to sit there and go, I'll take Fran Tarkenton any day of the week because he's the better quarterback, in my opinion. Joe Namath was the more popular quarterback, but Joe Namath could, you know what? If you put Joe Namath on a better team, maybe, right?
with a better line, yes.
Maybe you can't the same.
Then
But
you
he
take
was,
Namath.
and again, you can't, Anthony, back in the 60s and the 70s up until the early 80s, the rules were different on defense. You could mug a guy so far downfield. So the other thing, as we prepare before we go to, so Mac Jones, I say Mac Jones.
Yes.
I'll go
Mac
Jones.
Rob,
Jones.
It's Jones.
Pauly,
Jones.
Anthony.
I'm going to say Lance.
Okay. Anthony's ruining our percentage. That's all right. But it's always fun to debate stuff like that. That's what
Absolutely.
Well, either that or the coach is going to look really stupid.
Yes. No, Anthony,
No.
never. The when you get it's the Jets, I don't want to go back to Zach Wilson. I just feel bad. They've drafted. Okay, remember when Detroit drafted a wide receiver 52 years in a row? Remember that when they drafted a wide receiver like 4 years in a row? No one drafts a wide receiver 4 years in a row. And I might be wrong with how many years, but you know what I'm talking about. You got to know what you're doing here. This is how you keep your salary cap down to a point with your draft picks. That's why the Patriots are constantly going, yeah, we got the 7th. I remember when the Patriots passed on Clay Matthews Jr. That's what he was called, Clay Matthews Jr. back in the day, USC, right? Out of USC. I'm like, we're going to get Clay Matthews. And then Belichick's like, no, we're going to trade back and we're going to get lots of picks. I'm like, Clay Matthews! It's frustrating if you're, not if you're a Patriots fan, they've won enough, but the draft is frustrating to Patriots fans because you're like, oh. Then we could have got the lineman who went to Baltimore. They made the movie on offensive lineman. Ogden.
Hurt, blindside.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I was like, we're going to get him. And no, I'm going to trade back again.
All right, 49ers picking somebody because Goodell's at the podium. And there's cheering because they picked, Trey Lance. Good call, Anthony.
Anthony.
Really?
Anthony. So,
Wow.
Anthony, tell us about Trey Lance. Look at him. Look at that smile. Anthony's like, that's why he's the coach, people. That's why you tune in for the coach.
Took a risk.
North Dakota State.
So Trey Lance, he's got as good arm talent as any of the other two quarterbacks. Big, strong kid, mobile. One thing that helped him, I think, on his pro day is he used to have a hitch in his release, and he tightened that up. His release was a lot quicker. But again, I think he's a project. I think he needs to sit a year and learn behind Jimmy G. So I think they're keeping Jimmy G because of this pick. At least half a season before he gets in.
No, that makes sense because you don't want to throw him to the wolves. Big time arm, Anthony.
Big time arm. And here's the deal. He's got the best situation. The Niners have some talent.
Absolutely. And they can run the ball. Good defense. Coaching. Okay. Coaching's not bad, right?
So I really wish the Jets would have liked Trey Lance a little bit more.
You know who's going to wish that the Jets like Trey Lance a little more? In about a few months? Zach Wilson.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. So Atlanta's next.
And the
Anthony.
I think the 49ers now definitely are out of the running for
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers.
If there's any truth to that, right? If there was
this
any,
pretty much does that in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So where, Rob, Pauly, where possibility now? You were saying Raiders?
I could see him going to Vegas.
I think so.
Yeah.
That would be a good fit for him with Gruden too.
And then
Denver's got two quarterbacks.
Yeah, and then if he just say hypothetically, because it's fun to play hypotheticals. What if he somehow Aaron Rodgers goes to the Raiders, they release Carr because you're not keeping both of them. Yeah. Another possibility that the Patriots get another quarter. I'm just waiting for someone to get released, and the Patriots go, "We'll take it."
Yeah.
Okay, so that's about the extent of my knowledge for this draft, about the quarterbacks. Now, on this mock draft that I printed up, and again, I'm not an expert. That's why I have these guys on. They're smarter than I am. Hell, everyone's smarter than I am. Atlanta to pick Kyle's tight end. Kyle Pitts.
Kyle
Pitts. Do you think that? I mean, how the kid from? I just went blank. The kid from BC who quarterbacks him, who I can't think of his name now.
Matt Ryan.
Right. He's up there in years.
Yes.
Now, if I'm Atlanta and I have Mac Jones sitting there, I'm taking Mac Jones.
They need a receiver, though.
No? I can't do that.
With Julio Jones gone, they're gonna need a target for Matty Ice.
I think Kyle Pitts is the best player in the draft, to be honest with you.
Okay. That's what
I actually think Kyle Pitts is the best player in this draft.
That's what Anthony
He could wind up being that way, yes.
But Pitts,
and he went to Florida.
He was interviewed by the NFL Network 2 days ago.
Yep.
And they asked him, they said something about, how do you think you're going to fit in Atlanta? And he said, that's news to me. I think 4 quarterbacks will get chosen before I've even thought about. So that's what he told the NFL Network, that he said he had not been in exclusive talks with Atlanta. It wasn't even the team that had talked to him the most in the pre-draft. You may have something right here with Mac Jones, but I'll be really surprised if Pitts don't get picked here.
I agree.
If they took Mac Jones, I think they would do something with. Well, he probably Matty.
If they wanted Jones, they would drop though. They wouldn't stay at number 4 because they could get a lot for somebody that wants Pitts. There's a lot.
There's no quarterbacks coming off the board probably until at least pick 9 now, so they could go down a few picks.
Yeah, they could fall. But
I want Devonta Smith to fall to the Patriots.
Devontae Smith is he's a good
Not going to happen now.
You got 11 more picks before we get to New England picking 15th. So
Yeah.
You know what's going to happen when New England comes to pick? The New England Patriots has traded the 15th pick to the Jets because we rob them constantly. Their number 1 pick in the next 52 years.
I actually think they'll go defense when it's their pick. I really do.
The Patriots?
Yeah. I think he'll get that edge. The kid from Michigan is where I think he'll go.
Kwity Paye?
Yeah.
They have again the projection. Again, I'm just looking at what this So
way down.
He might.
Yeah, they have him at 8. You know what?
I would look for the Giants to take him too.
Oh, you like
the edge? Edge, outside guy.
It's just somebody who rushes a quarterback.
Yeah. No. I'm saying he's an out edge. So he could probably be like a hybrid linebacker edge guy. Yeah, Belichick loves those guys.
Lawrence Taylor.
Belichick loves those guys.
Guy who could play inside and outside.
Somebody always moving. Nobody just standing at the line. They're either going to cover a receiver or they're going to kill a quarterback.
Interesting stuff. So you guys say Kyle Pitts, best player in this draft.
I think so.
I think by far.
And again, I'm not the college football guru. That's why you guys.
He's a nightmare matchup. You can split him wide. He's too physical for corners. He runs well. Linebackers can't run with him.
So, like when Gronkowski came into the league, the Patriots stole him because he was hurt his senior year. And Gronk could line up wide. He could line up inside. And even at the advanced age, we saw him in the Super Bowl. He's still a beast. So is this like a same type of tight end to a point?
I think he's better than Gronk.
Okay. Because Gronk
more athletic and a very big catch radius too.
Okay, cool.
He's fast.
It would make sense. Atlanta would try to get a pass catcher here.
I think he's faster. Definitely faster.
Pardon me. I got to put the glasses on. So Mac Jones could fall. Cincinnati's not going to take a quarterback. If Mac Jones doesn't go now, Cincinnati's not taking a quarterback. They got Burrows, who's pretty good.
Yeah, they're going to take either Sewell or a Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
Okay. They're going through the announcement now. We'll see it on ESPN in a moment. And it is Kyle Pitts.
Yeah.
Good call.
Yeah.
Good call, Anthony.
Guys. So now
that is a great pick.
So Anthony, tell us about Kyle Pitts, then Rob, and then Pauly, if you want to mention some about Kyle Pitts. So
again, very athletic, a big catch radius, nightmare matchup. Wherever you line him up, you can't really cover him with corners. He's too physical. Linebackers can't run with him. Safeties, he's tough. He'll be a good asset for Ryan.
Rob,
he can also block.
That's good.
That's never a bad thing. And the Falcons may need him to block for a little bit too, because they are long in the tooth as far as a couple of the linemen and their quarterback. He's not running away from too many people. So,
how tall is he? Does anyone know?
6'6".
Big.
6, I think. How about it, Anthony? 6'6", 6'7".
I think he's about 6. I think he's 6'6".
I think so.
So he can catch, run, block. That's what you want in a tight end. Because
the only thing I think you can look for him to do, and once a kid's 20, he's gonna build out. So he's gonna fill out. So his 260 frame right now, he can carry 280.
He's a good looking 260.
He can do it.
Wow.
Yeah, they're running the highlights of his college career on ESPN. Yeah, he is a stud.
He made Trask look real good at times.
Yes, he did. He helped Kyle Trask. If Trask goes second day, he would not have went without Pitts being there, because
and Pitts is a tight end, runs a 4.4, guys.
Woo! 4.40. Wow.
So there was a day a while back in the NFL when they were bringing in these tight guys are coming at quote unquote tight end positions. They were just big receivers. They didn't block. Yeah. You know those certain tight, and they're good. They're but they really didn't block.
Michael Irvin type.
Yeah. They just look like a Michael Irvin, slightly bulkier,
Yeah.
And they go, you're a tight end because you're a matchup nightmare.
And he doesn't want to touch anybody.
Right. But now I'm just watching some of his highlights here.
Yeah.
You can use him. Oh, now they're showing him. I was just going to say, down at the end zone.
Southeastern Conference. That's all you got to say.
Oh, yeah.
He played everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they have him lining up out wide.
Yeah, he can do it all. He could do it all.
Yeah.
He was in the backfield sometime too, guys.
They did that with.
Or you could line him up at fullback and do
Hernandez when they first had him. They would line him up in the backfield. So
yeah,
and what you're looking, Anthony, what teams are looking for on offense is to get mismatches, right? To exploit mismatches, basically. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's how you move especially in the NFL. You're going to try to exploit something. If you can get someone in a different position. I've never understood why teams don't do this, and Anthony could probably say that's a crazy idea. You got a good wide out, right? Sometimes put him in the backfield and sit there. And now the team's sitting there going, wow, we've never seen this, and circle him out.
Anytime you got somebody that's either very physical or very fast, you put him right behind the quarterback, and the player playing you has got to play middle linebacker type position. And if he gets picked off going one way or the other way, he's screwed. Yeah. I mean, he can't do anything unless he's 15 yards down.
Atlanta's very happy about their pick.
I would be too.
Yeah.
Well, look at the NFC South right now. It's Tampa Bay and it's everybody else. New Orleans going to be off. So Carolina is still struggling.
Do you think Cincinnati is going to take? Chase is a receiver. Mm-hmm. You think they're going to take him over Smith?
Well, I think they should take Sewell, but Chase went to LSU, Al, and he went to school with
Burrows.
Burrows pushing for him. He's pushing for Chase.
Excellent point. Burrows is a good quarterback too.
But I think Sewell's the best pick right here. That's
the line, the offensive tackle.
But I'm hearing Chase is going to be the man, but we'll see. I would take Sewell.
I'm kind of leaning to Chase too. Sewell is the best tackle. The only knock on Sewell is his arms are kind of short, which you want long arms for a tackle, but he's got great feet. Yeah. I think Chase is a more physical receiver than the two Alabama guys, and he runs a 4.3. So I think you need to get Joe some weapons. I think Chase is the guy.
But Joe Burrows, to me, is a good quarterback on a really bad team. And he played well for a bad team. Yeah. The other quarterback I like, again, not in the draft, but Hebert for the Chargers. Is that how you pronounce his last? I thought he was unbelievable last year on a pretty much a mediocre bad team. And they didn't want to start him. Had, was it Tyron Taylor? Whoever the quarterback was, if he didn't get hurt, former Bill quarterback.
Tyrod Taylor. Yeah.
If he didn't get hurt, they weren't going to play that kid, and the kid outplayed him in exhibition. But I like him. I wonder I'm just looking down here. I'm just curious who they have the Chargers. Oh, they're looking for a tackle here.
Yeah, 13th.
Yeah.
Yes, 13.
Yeah.
Christian.
But
Darius.
If I am the Cincinnati GM, I don't listen to anybody else. I get Sewell. I want my quarterback to be able to walk off the field after the first 3 or 4 games. Their offensive line is not very good. And, you got a quarterback coming back from a major knee injury. You cannot afford to have this happen again. It could be his career. I understand you need Chase but look, there's a lot of needs out there. The first thing you need to do is stand up upright.
Protect your quarterback.
I take Sewell here. I would take Sewell, no doubt.
I think Sewell is a smart choice and Chase is a sexy choice.
Yeah, I agree.
We're talking about the Bengals here, so my guess is they're taking Chase in the sexy choice.
Oh, well, exactly. I think they take Chase, but I would.
I know what you're saying.
I would take Sewell.
Because I don't think any of the top 5 offensive tackles, at least the ones I have as top 5, make it to the second round. So it's a tough choice.
Yeah. Okay. And this pushes all these quarterbacks. This pushes Fields and
Mac Jones
down. It really does. And hey, the Dolphins have done weird stuff in the past.
Yes.
I will not bet against them taking a quarterback when it comes their turn, depending on what the Bengals do right here. They're not going to take a quarterback, but there's no way I would bet the farm on the Dolphins not taking a QB here.
They had the young kid. Was he from Alabama too?
Tua, yes.
Tua.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to remember. Yeah. Now he was okay. Lightning in a bottle. He can play. Don't get me wrong. You sit there and you go, we like Mac Jones better? I don't know. You're right. The Dolphins have not as weird as the Jets or Detroit. You know who you don't want as your GM? Matt Millen. That's all I'm saying. Don't.
Yeah. That surprised me. I thought Millen would be a better GM than he wound up being. But I guess he's one of those guys that's just better in the booth.
It's a great linebacker.
Oh, hell of a linebacker with the Raiders.
And I'm just jesting. They probably sat there and go, this is the best player on the board those years. There's Lawrence on NFL Network. And then there's the Nickelodeon star, Zach Wilson, they're showing.
What are you guys watching? I'm watching ESPN.
I'm watching NFL Network because I figured you guys were watching ESPN.
I'm going to switch to NFL.
I'm watching you three guys. I am not even watching any of the TV. You guys are telling me what's happening, so I'm not even watching.
And we appreciate you're here giving us. I appreciate everyone. Anthony, I have to give Anthony threw this together. You want to do a draft show? I'm like, okay. You're going to do that. They're doing the heavy lifting. I'm just going to sit there, listen, make fun of the Jets because that's what I do.
We have to be able to make as much sense as those guys getting paid for. So what the hell, right?
Bengals. Okay, they took the sexy pick. I was right on that one.
Chase LSU, yeah.
He looks sexy. He got a little Rick James thing going here.
Yeah.
Yes, he does. You're right.
Yeah.
You know what, though? I'm not disagreeing that offensive linemen, but when you say the Bengals, they want to put fannies in the seats.
Yeah.
Burrows, you said was lobbying for him. Makes sense. I didn't even realize that until you said they're both LSU guys.
Yeah. He'd been in there for 2 weeks, they said. So
shows you the influence he has.
Yes.
Yeah. Are you going to do the Dave Chappelle bit since he's got the Rick James thing going?
No, I can't do justice to that.
I'll do it then.
I tell you right now, I like his suit. I like the calmness of his walk. I like that he's probably supremely confident. And he'll learn when he gets in the NFL, crossing that middle. If he runs a middle route, there's going to be a linebacker trying to hit him hard. I can't say behead anymore because they don't do that. And that's good. But
it doesn't matter. You know why? He's Rick James, bitch.
Somebody will come along and as the Iron Sheik would say, make him humble.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Nah, you know what? He's a good physical receiver.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with you guys that they should have went with the lineman.
Yeah.
When you said when you're going the sexy pick, I'm like Cincinnati. What are they going to do? Sexy pick. So
Burrow got in the right ears. That's all that reveals.
I mean, you need someone to throw to, but Burrows did get hurt last year, so.
Miami will be next.
How tall is he? 6'3"?
He's almost 6'1".
Yeah.
Okay, now I can get yeah.
I
thought we weren't supposed to hug anymore.
Oh.
I'm getting confused.
Man, I'll tell you what.
The way COVID's been going, they should just be happy they're playing.
Now the Dolphins juggle what they take now.
Well, again, it's just the mock draft sheet, not mine. I just printed one up. I went to the first mock draft sheet. I think it was like Joe Baloney's mock draft, and I printed it. So they have Smith, Alabama wide receiver to Miami.
I like Waddle.
I do too. I think Waddle's a better
They
receiver.
have Waddle going to the Patriots. You know what? I'll take Smith if he falls. Again, that's if the Patriots did they make they're making a proposed trade. I don't think this trade has actually happened. So because again, they were doing the whole mock thing. What if so I don't think yeah.
It's like what Mike Tyson said, everybody's got a plan until they get hit. Yeah.
Absolutely. And speaking of that, Glory Days Boxing, created by Anthony Crooks. in the Brady Bunch lower corner right on my screen. Junior set
nice
coming out
segue,
soon. Monday, right, Anthony? From
it should be back from the printers Monday or Tuesday, which means it'll
Glory
release.
Days Boxing. Card and dice makes everything nice. Best boxing game out there. There's a lot of fine boxing games, but you definitely want Glory Days Boxing. It flows. It flows like the Mississippi. There you go. Rob exclamation point. He's showing you. Check out his YouTube channel. Big Pauly has it. And guess what? I have it too over there. I thought it was here, but can't go wrong with it.
Well, no, you can't.
Fun game, Anthony.
And I'll tell you, if the Dolphins go quarterback here,
that would be crazy.
I'm going to go wild because but the thing is, look, pre-draft, remember when they did all the shuffling and everything? They got every pick they possibly could. They did some trading and stuff, and they moved up to number 6. I'm telling you, crazier stuff has happened. Now, nothing could be crazier than if they take Mac Jones and 2 Alabama quarterbacks side by side.
That would be crazy.
That's crazy.
I think if they take a quarterback here, they take Fields. But I don't think they will. I think they'll go Waddle. That's me. I think Waddle.
Then they'd have to dump Tua.
Yeah.
He was inconsistent, but I don't think you scrapped him after a single season. I think you got to stick with him one more time. Hey, what's up, Don?
Hello, Don. Hey, Sean.
Don should have that jersey on the way to you very soon, bud. I'm actually sponsoring a little league baseball team around here.
Oh, cool.
I've got my eBay network on it, and Don ordered one. He ordered a shirt, so he wanted number 5, just like he's got on my YouTube Racing League. So it'll be on the way very soon, bud.
That is fun to watch, Rob. By the way, that
Thank
YouTube
you.
Racing League. That's Red, White, and Blue Racing. Did you
Red,
do
White,
that
and
off
Blue.
of? Gonna have to check that out. That looked
Anthony
like a
plays that too. What's the name of the driver, the fictional driver who I like?
Mooch Thomas.
Yeah, I love the Mooch.
And he's horrible, but he's my favorite too.
I would sit there and root like I'm watching a real race when Anthony did these. And I'd be typing him like personal messages going, can't you just cheat to let him win once? It would really do wonders for me. Be like,
that's me, bro. I've had the seasons. I've had 5 seasons.
Yeah, you played
not
a lot.
5 races, 5 seasons. Me and
Dolphins, Goodell.
Yeah, we got a pick in. And
Waddle.
Have to wait for the graphic. And it is Waddle. You are correct.
Yeah.
Waddle.
Alabama.
He's a little more Rick James than the other guy. He's a lot more Rick James than the other guy.
Anthony 6 for 6. How about that?
Yeah.
Anthony,
outstanding.
Excellent job.
I might just quit right now while I'm ahead.
Jalen Waddle.
Now will the Lions trade down? Will they trade down? I would take. I mean, what would you do here? I mean, I guess you got to take Smith. Devontae Smith looks like the best pick to me.
Either Smith or Sewell. They need O-line help too.
Yeah.
Why is Mac Jones fallen so far in the draft, do you think?
Well, hey, look, Mac Jones was supposed to be 38th.
Okay.
After just 2 weeks in college this year, 2 weeks. Yep. 4th week of college, I told people then he's going to be a top 15 pick. Why is he? If he's going to be a top 15 pick, number one, he can make the reads, and I tell you what, he can make the throws. The only reason, the detriment to him, he doesn't have an arm, and a lot of people are saying he threw to NFL receivers all the time. My thinking is this: he played against NFL DBs his whole career when he played Florida. He played Auburn. He played LSU. He played the best competition of everybody out there. Yeah. And to me, I didn't see any chinks in his armor. I think he can step in day one and make a team better, just like Joe Burrow did with with less arm, but I think he reads. I think he makes reads better than Joe Burrow. So
I'll say this about Jones. He doesn't have anything that wows you like the other guys, but he doesn't have any glaring flaws or weaknesses either. So he would be a good quarter. He'd be a great fit for the Patriots because he can manage and do the smart things and play ball. He really would.
If anyone's listening to me from an NFL team, do not take Mac Jones. I'm telling you, he's horrible.
Hey, Philadelphia Eagles. The Eagles picked 12th. Could they take? Oh my God! Can you imagine? I lived in Philadelphia for 12 years. They get rid of a quarterback. They got this kid. They're ready to put him in place. And now,
if I'm Mac Jones, I don't want to go to Philadelphia. That's a tough man.
Oh, no way. You don't want to
go.
They will chew him up and spit him out in 6 weeks. So, no.
You know what? If I think if the Lions don't get him next, I think Smith will fall to Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking at Detroit, Carolina, Denver.
You're telling me Sewell, the lineman, the tackle, is going to keep dropping back then?
I think the Lions should take him. I don't know if they will.
I think Smith goes here. I think Devontae Smith goes here
to Miami.
Let's see. Detroit. It's Detroit's turn because Waddle went to Miami.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Chase goes to the Lions. We'll see.
I need to put my glasses on more.
I mean, not Chase. Smith. Devontae Smith. Yeah, I think Smith goes.
And yet again, the Lions in a draft take a receiver.
Possibly. Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah. Sewell would not be a bad pick for him, though.
No.
Sewell would be an excellent pick because
do you think, and again, these guys do their homework. I'm just saying, but when in doubt, to me, I take an offensive lineman. That's just me. Because I think more offensive linemen seem to pan out. I could be totally wrong with what I'm saying. I probably am. To me, it's a safer, you can plug him in right away, most likely, to play.
No, I think
I'm saying if you're not. Oh, go ahead, Anthony.
What's nice about Sewell too is he's got, like I said, really great feet for a tackle, so he can work levels with the zone schemes and get to the second level on the run blocks too, which is not always typical of your tackles. But I think he'd be a good pick.
I think they almost have to take Smith here because all these receivers are going. I think you almost have to take him here.
So you like Smith out of Alabama?
Yes, I do.
Pauly?
How about you, Pauly?
I think the trend is your friend, and I think you have to follow what's been going on with these last few picks. And I think they're going to get a skill position player. My question is, wouldn't Detroit need a quarterback now? When I saw them play against the Bucs at the tail end of last year, they got absolutely hammered by Tampa Bay in Detroit, and they were having QB issues from what I remember. So
they traded their quarterback.
They traded.
Okay.
They got the Rams quarterback. They
swapped. They swapped quarterback.
That's right. Thank you, guys.
So they're. No, but it's easy to forget because it's not like I say, why people go, why do you do a Joe Namath replay from 77? He played 4 games. I know that. When you say Pat Hayden, what do you think of? Nothing. You say Joe Namath, you think of something.
Yeah.
But it's going to be interesting with that trade to see how the Detroit quarterback, who slips my mind, how he does.
Golf.
Thank you, guys.
Stafford.
Yeah, how is he going to do? Because he has talent. He has talent. He's been in the league a while now, but it's going to be interesting. The Rams have decent coaching, so.
But they have no first-round pick this year.
No. And they got a 33-year-old quarterback. So.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're in the win now. When I saw that trade, it's win now. We have the talent. We want to win. I'm not saying that puts them over the top. I'm just saying that's their my opinion. That's their mentality.
I agree.
So who do you like here, Anthony?
I'm going with Sewell.
Okay. Let's see if
Sewell.
Anthony keeps his streak going.
I'm going Smith.
Okay.
It's been a fun draft party so far. Thank you. I haven't been this excited for the draft in a long time.
Draft is fun.
Remember when they used to be on ESPN in the morning?
Yeah, nobody cared.
Yeah, exactly. It's Sewell, guys. It's Sewell out of Oregon, defensive tackle.
Really? Offensive
Yeah.
tackle. Offensive tackle.
Anthony.
Okay. Yeah, the O kind of looked like
Anthony.
a D to me.
You know what, Anthony? Clinton Parks put this up. Let me find it again. We're gonna have Clinton. We're gonna have Anthony pick for the Derby here.
Yes.
I know absolutely zero about horses. Sorry, Clinton.
Just
Pick the one with a
pretend they're
shiny
football
toe.
players.
Give him a copy of the DRF. He'll be
Yeah.
fine.
Okay, there's a strange-looking fella who's come out, and Goodell doesn't want to hug him at all.
No.
Well, shows you what a front-running phony Goodell is.
Front running phony.
Absolutely. I can't stand him, but that's neither here. All right, commercial. Okay, so Anthony, you've hit on every pick.
8 for 8.
He's the man.
7 for 7. Yeah, 7 for 7.
Who do you have going to Washington?
Now the Panthers are next.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
they did
Carolina, Denver,
so the Panthers
and Dallas.
traded to get
Next
8.
three.
So the Panthers have Darnold now.
Oh, again, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the stupid proposed thing. I got to remember that's all right. So the Panthers are up next. Again, I'm sorry. I printed up this thing, and the person said, "Oh, what?" Again, saying this is what he thought would happen. So, Panthers next. This is the 8th pick. Who did you say, Anthony?
Well, they have Sam Darnold now as their quarterback. I
Right.
think you have
From
to
the Jets,
protect
right?
him.
From the Jets.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think they got to go line 2, and I think the best tackle left. Darashon Slater are pretty close. I think Slater's the best tackle left from Northwestern.
Slater from Northwestern.
And I've got.
What are your thoughts on the tackle out of USC?
Vera Tucker.
Well, he's going to play inside, and I'm hoping Minnesota gets him.
That's where this guy projects. I'm just looking down for offensive linemen because you were talking about. Interesting.
Vera Tucker's the best interior lineman.
So again, Mac Jones. Say Mac Jones is not going to be picked, and he's not going to, right? Because they have their quarterback. He's going to drop a little farther again.
Unless Denver might take a quarterback, and it would be him or Fields.
Well, you know the Cowboys. Would the Cowboys pick a quarterback, even though they signed?
No.
They need secondary help.
$40 million
Yep.
signed.
Yeah.
No.
They're going to get Surtain or Horn.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is where the mock draft I'm looking at. They're saying Surtain. So you're thinking Mac Jones could possibly Denver takes a quarterback because they have 2 older quarterbacks.
And then the Patriots.
Your Patriots could get Jones, and I think that'd be a great fit, Al.
Oh,
I
yeah.
really do.
It could happen.
I like Mac Jones. I like the kid from Clemson a little better. Again, it's because I watched them. I'm not doubting the guys. Trey Lance, right?
Yeah.
I'm not doubting he's the best because you guys are telling me he's really good. I have not seen him play, so I can't. I'm just saying from what I saw, those are the guys I like. And I know Zach. Well, any kid coming out of BYU who has good stats is going to has a good chance of being a good, solid pro quarterback.
Pauly, who's going to be next?
Whoever Anthony says.
We defer our pick to Anthony.
Absolutely.
He's got to miss somewhere. He's got to miss somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah.
I like Smith, man. Smith, to me, I actually thought he was the second best receiver in this draft. That's me. I like Smith. I really, really did. I thought he was the best wide receiver. I like Smith. I really do.
I don't
Here,
think you go wrong with with Smith at all. Again,
they've got the running back. They've got their quarterback. Why not? I mean, I don't know.
Could Carolina be thinking long term here? Because I think they got too many holes as it is now.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, they need help. They need help in the secondary too. I don't think they'll pick.
do you think they take Surtain then?
I don't think so.
No.
I think the bigger need is on their line.
And it's not going to help that they play Brady twice and they play the Falcons twice, who just picked up a big get at tight end. So
do you think they go with the lineman pick, Anthony? Or they go Sexton?
I'm gonna say they go with Slater.
Okay.
And again, if they do, Philadelphia might be really happy when Smith's still there.
He's their type of receiver too. With the system they kind of play. Well, most teams play that same system.
Yeah, the only real knock on him, and it's always been the knock on him, is he's really light in the ass. I mean, he's 170 pounds, but
you got to catch him to hit him.
You got to catch him to hit him. Yeah.
Tell Deshaun Jackson that, right? Tell Deshaun Jackson that one.
Exactly.
Fly by everybody.
There's been a lot of good smallish receivers, and he's got. I like him. I like
the
Smith.
kid from Kansas City. The kid from Kansas City.
Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, he's fast as greased lightning. So,
well, I kind of, if I was them with what Anthony said, and you got to keep. You just went out and got a quarterback. You got to keep, like you were saying, Rob, keep your quarterback upright. I'd go lineman here. You know,
I just think for the value, number 8. I like Smith. I think Smith's the top 5 pick.
Right. You can. I don't think you go. Oh, here it comes. Here it comes.
I like Smith.
Still at the podium.
We'll see what happens.
You call it, Pauly. You call it.
And with pick number 8, as soon as ESPN flashes it, I'll let you know. And it is Horn from South Carolina.
JC
Horn.
Back.
Wow, they took a South Carolina DB.
Yep.
Did not see that coming.
Yeah, but Anthony, you did say they needed help in a lot of positions.
Right.
And then you said cornerback's one of them, and I said Surtain. You said no. So you were in the right ballpark, Anthony.
Doesn't count though.
If it was a hand grenade, it would.
All up because now
I like. I think Surtain and Horn are both very equal in terms of quarterback or corner.
Man. Yeah, Surtain's the best.
Tucker to Washington.
Oh, man.
They still haven't decided what their nickname's gonna be, right?
Yeah. No,
in Washington, we don't want to offend nobody.
The Washington something or others.
Yeah. The PCs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we don't want to. But I agree, Rob. I agree. It's silly.
They should just change it to Washington, the football team, and they could go by WTF.
Good one, Anthony.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Let's do it.
I'm gonna say once. I had never watched that football team and thought what other people. I've been around people who watch football. We've watched plenty of before Washington Redskins. I never thought derogatory things about anybody watching. Now, if someone does, I don't know where their head's at. I'm not saying it's the best nickname. I'm just saying I never.
Yeah. You know, I will say this though: the uniforms they used last year, I really like the looks. They're really old.
They were nice.
They really are.
For what they had to do, they were nice.
Yeah.
Kind of like Alabama, except with a burgundy color.
Exactly.
So,
question, guys. Denver now has 2 QBs on their roster: Bridgewater, and they've got
I know who you're. I can't remember.
Locke. Got Drew Locke.
Yep.
I don't think they take a QB here, but do they take a third?
If you have a chance at Mac Jones, right? You take that. So. No, I'm just saying hypothetically. You take Mac Jones, you release Locke or trade him. You keep Bridgewater, the veteran, to try to mentor him. No,
I don't think so.
I'm just throwing out there.
I don't think this is a Jones deal right here. I know a lot of people like Fields here, but my gosh, Smith has fallen in your lap.
Sean Deese is just into Denver.
Well,
the George
I think
the
Broncos' biggest need is linebacker, honestly.
Yeah.
And so you've still got all your linebackers on the board. Parsons,
no linebackers.
Owusu, Karamoa, or however you say that. Karamoa.
You think Denver should go with their big? Obviously, that makes sense. Their biggest need linebacker.
Again, it's smart versus sexy. So,
what about again? I'm just looking at this list. Parsons from Penn State's a linebacker. Any thoughts on him? Anybody? I mean, again, I'm just looking at this list. Does anyone,
I think he's the best inside backer in the draft. It's close between him and Owusu Karamoa.
Yeah.
But I think I give the edge to Parsons.
Okay,
I don't know if
Karamoa-
you take him this early.
Karamoa, Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Now, to me, Kwity Paye, the guy Kwity Paye from
Pretty pay.
Michigan, he's an edge rusher.
We were talking about him. Yep.
To me, if they're going to go real sexy, they're going to go there. But my goodness, man! I mean, how far can the kid from Alabama, the receiver, fall?
Smith.
And I'm talking about Smith. I think. Look, the Cowboys, they always make a good splash. I guarantee you, if Smith doesn't go right here, it's going to be very tough for them not to take him. As bad as they need a defensive back, they have never let down as far as we'll go get the flashy guy.
Do you think they do that because they don't want to look stupid? You're saying so they don't look stupid in a way?
Well,
Surtain probably would be the best one that Dallas could take. But man, oh man, Smith. I mean that's a Michael Irvin type pick. That's a Michael Irvin type pick.
Well, it happened with them last year. CD Lamb kind of fell into their lap too.
Yeah.
He's best big play receiver in the draft last year, I thought.
Yeah.
Just one quick thing. Bud W, I think he said for a name, Washington Renegades.
I love it.
I like that.
I like that.
That's a cool one.
They've taken way too long to pick a name, though.
All right.
Yeah. It only took them 4
Pick
years.
something, anything.
There's Mark Wahlberg. I'm watching NFL Network. They put up Michael Strahan, Mark Wahlberg, some guy named TB, Kevin Hart. Oh, then TB being Tom Brady. I don't acknowledge him anymore.
He could have been talking about Terry Bradshaw. But this may be past his bedtime.
You know what, though? Him and Howie Long have great – I could listen to them tell stories. They're hilarious.
Yes.
Yeah.
Howie Long told his story. I forgot what radio station. Could have been EI, whatever. I don't remember. WFAN out in New York. Terry took his wrong medicine, and that was one of the funniest stories. He took like a volume instead of his heart medicine. And they're going,
oh, boy.
And Howie's like, Terry, drink some coffee. He's like, anyway.
Howie Long never ages either.
No, he looks great.
Keep hair that long, I guess. If you just kind of
Do
looks
you remember
like
where he went to college
Brad.
and played football? They don't even have a football team anymore. I think it was Villanova. Howie
I
Long.
think you're right.
Yeah.
Villanova.
They're showing Justin Fields. He's at home with his family. There's Mac Jones still sitting there.
Oh, I
don't
think
think
somebody
he
picks
does
him
good.
up soon, though.
Yeah.
I like Smith.
Well, Denver's you
Yeah,
announce it.
Smith,
Pauly.
yeah.
Until somebody takes him. So.
Yeah, Pauly, you announce it when you get it.
All right, the ESPN guys are just chatting away here, so I don't think we're imminent yet.
Well,
Mel
it's
Kiper Jr. on there.
It's his pick is in, so we'll wait for your announcement, even if we know, because that's what we're gonna do.
All right, the pressure is on.
So Smith, for you,
I think unless they could go offensive lineman or linebacker, but
Anthony, you like the linebacker, right?
I think you take the best available pick.
Okay.
Yeah, they do need a linebacker. I don't know if they don't pick one now, they're not going to get one they want in the second round. So I see Mox having Fields going there. I just don't see if you just traded for Bridgewater and you have Locke, who they've said they like, why you get a third. So I'm going to go with either Parsons or Koromoa.
Okay.
Okay, the ESPN crew's still vamping. So don't know how much
The
longer
pick's
they're
in. I
going
don't know
to
where the pick went.
Could be a trade, gentlemen. Usually, if it's a trade, there would be
Maybe
some stalling. So, but Goodell is now at the podium, And he is saying with the 9th pick, the Denver Broncos pick somebody, and I wait for the graphic to come up because I don't want to play the audio and get you guys into any trouble. And it is Patrick Surtain II out of Alabama.
They took a cornerback.
That turns everything around.
Anthony, Rob, Pauly, that did fit their need, though, right? You said they needed help on defense. And Surtain, very good cornerback. He's out of Alabama.
Wow.
So it puts Dallas in a spot now. Do they go for Cedric Farley, who I had as a third best, or do they take Devontae Smith to get another weapon to go with CeeDee Lamb?
My gosh.
Dallas always strikes me as a team that plays it close to the vest, especially as long as Jerry Jones is going to own them.
Yeah.
Let's don't forget Fields also. In the last few days, they found out he had what was it?
Epilepsy.
Epilepsy.
Oh, he does.
Yeah, we just found out
is,
the last few days. So
that could be something scary to a team.
Yeah, that could push him down. That could push him down a little bit. Cowboys now. Oh my gosh. I still think they go defense, but man, oh man, don't they go edge rusher? Maybe, I don't know. I don't think they'll go to the third best cornerback. I don't think they will.
Well, Surtain, Horn went off the board first. Now Surtain, those are your two best cornerbacks. And you guys don't think they'll go third best cornerback here?
I don't. I think Fairley's pretty close to them, and even Asante Samuel Jr. is pretty solid too. But again, they might just go with the best player available, which right now to me is Devontae Smith.
And it's another weapon on offense.
Yeah.
How about Newsome? Newsome is second. Ain't he a cornerback? Newsome?
Yeah, I had him ranked 5th with my core.
Oh, really? I actually got him ranked 4th of my top 5. And I got him right here with Farley, right there, ranked pretty even with Farley. So we'll see what happens. Man, oh man! And the Cowboys don't need offensive help at all. I would trade down if I'm Dallas. I would trade down right here
to get more.
Last year they needed defense too, and they got Lamb just because he was there.
Yeah, they fell right in his lap.
Yeah,
but now. I'm telling you, people in Philadelphia are crying now. They're like, oh, my Lord, we may have Fields, we may have Jones, and we may have
Smith.
Oh, my gosh. Whatever could happen to him? Yeah, it's nuts. That's crazy.
Okay, we're going to play a little game. Philadelphia's pick, if again, we don't know. Mac Jones and Smith are both available. Who you take?
Smith.
Okay. I just like playing games. To me,
I don't think Smith will be there. I think if he doesn't go to the Cowboys, he's going to the Giants. I think
the Giants are going to take Kwity Paye.
They might.
Best name in the draft.
But man, who? I think Cowboys may get him. We'll see. Cowboys need some defensive help, and
God, they do, but they really need it. Then? They really need it in the back 7, though.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'll tell you, if you can get somebody who can get all over the quarterback, just go back and look at it.
I like what Bud says there. That's an interesting pick, too, is Zaven Collins. I think he's the best outside linebacker available.
Yeah.
Collins?
I definitely don't think they go lineman. I don't think they will. No.
No, you mean Dallas?
Yeah.
No, they have a good offense. Their offense.
Yeah, I don't think they go line.
When it's healthy, I mean, again.
Oh man, I'll tell you what. This is a tough pick.
Like that Surtain pick screwed them up.
It did.
Seeing a lot of speculation on Twitter that Dallas might trade down.
I think
Rob was saying that.
Yes, he was.
We don't need speculation. We got our speculation ready, but yeah, good job, Pauly.
But we're thinking.
No, you.
I think that's good for them because you still have 3 solid corners left in the draft.
And I'll tell you a team that might move up. How about the Saints?
Yes.
How about Mac Jones popping in there now? I mean, they're 28. They never thought they would go this long, and I think there's a chance it could be the Saints, could be the Patriots.
How do you feel about this? I think Anthony mentioned this, gentleman. Bud W says Dallas takes Collins.
I think Dallas is trading. I think whoever gets it, the pick, will take Mac Jones. That's what I think happens.
Do you need to go that high to get him now, though, Rob?
The thing of it is, you don't know. I mean, after this, you've got Eagles, Chargers won't get him, and Vikes probably won't get him. But then you got the Patriots. You got two teams right here within the next 4 picks that could take him. I'm telling you, the Eagles have done stupider stuff.
They have.
So right now, you're not paying as much for a number 10 pick as you are a number 3 pick or 4 pick.
All right, here goes. Steeler fan said Dallas traded to Eagles. I don't know if that's him speculating or it happened.
Seeing some reports on that on Twitter that the Cowboys and the Eagles may have made a trade.
Yep.
Wow.
Eagles acquired 10th overall pick from the Cowboys. Good job by the check. Good job by Pauly.
Wow.
Excellent. So, Rob and Anthony were saying that was the move to make, but now how far
It's not
back
for a quarterback. It's not for a quarterback.
No.
It's got to be Smith now.
It's got to be.
Smith.
It's got to be.
I could confirm it because they're showing the Philadelphia logo behind the ESPN set. So, yeah, Philly's on the clock.
Yeah.
It'll be Smith. It'll be Smith.
So, Smith's going now. That's what we feel.
I think so.
I think they got to. They got to. Because they're okay defensively. They're not the worst defensive team in the world. But my Lord, they played some awful offense last year. When Washington, that's my team, can go out there and just run up and down the field on you because you do stupid stuff offensively. They need an offensive lineman, but I think they go for Smith here. I think if you're moving up, it's got to be Smith. What do you think, Anthony?
I agree. You have a quarterback that can move and extend plays, and Smith creates separation well. He's going to be good across the middle.
And when you have a quarterback that does that, you're absolutely right, Anthony and Rob and Pauly. You want guys who can get open. You give them a quarterback gives you a little more extra time, and they're going to find that seam in that zone. In the defense, whether it's zone or not. I don't know.
Is Cowboys getting number 12?
I think
I have to think so. Did they swap number ones?
I think so. They just swapped,
and then they'll get something else.
I'm reading over. I think that's what it just said. They traded, and it didn't say they traded. Like farther back or something. I think they just swapped picks.
Yeah, so they'll pick up a 3 or something on that too. Then they'll get something.
Yeah, interesting that those two teams would be trade partners.
Yeah.
Well. When you need stuff,
yes,
one team didn't want to wait, I guess, and for fear that they're not going to get what they want to get.
Right.
And now they've made their trade, so it's most likely Smith. I agree with you guys. And the Eagles wanted him, like they were saying, not a bad defensive team, had trouble on offense, and you add an offensive potential. Again, everything's potential now. None of these guys have played an NFL down. You add a potential big play. Solid at best, solid at better. Yeah, I just made up a word, better. And
I don't think they move up for pay. I don't think so. No. Just because the Eagles have got a good enough defensive line.
Yeah,
but I think there's other teams that may want to move up very soon to get paid because he's a stud.
Steeler fan, 1933 AK Matt Dallas got number 12. And a 2021 third-round pick.
That's what I figured.
You were saying the third-round pick. That's what you thought.
I figured.
I apologize because
that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
We got Goodell at the podium, or he's making a very slow, leisurely walk to the podium. Lots of green behind him, so we know it's Philly's pick.
Can you imagine if they say Matt Jones or Justin Fields?
The Philadelphia Phillies take a plus kicker from Serbia.
What? Serbia.
Well, a lot of the kickers in the 60s came from other countries. Gary Fermian,
I don't want to hear that
Septian.
He misses more field goals for me in my replay. All right, here we go. Eagles.
And the Eagles take with the 10th pick.
Smith.
Let's see.
Gotta be.
It's got to be.
There'll be a few moments delay because I have to wait for the board to come up. It is Smith from Alabama.
Smith.
There we go.
Called it.
I like
Called
him.
it.
I think that's a pretty good fit for him, don't you?
He's
I-
fair.
Yeah, I think so.
I like him. I really do. I like Smith. Seems like a nice young man.
And they
So-
get him
so
cheaper.
now-
They get him cheaper than somebody would have got him fourth.
Yep. Right, because now where you took him, you're going to pay him. You're right. Less money. They're happy campers in Philadelphia.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, the Giants.
So which of these three fall the worst now? Jones, Fields, or Mel Kiper's receding hairline?
Mel Kiper's receding hairline. I can't stand him.
Oh my gosh.
He's right up there with Roger
I
Goodell.
really think the Patriots take Jones.
I would take him. I'd be
Fields,
happy with Mac Jones.
Fields could fall all the way. He could fall down as far as 28 to Saints. I mean, it could happen.
Yes.
Guys. It could happen.
So I just want to make sure Giants are up next, correct?
Yes.
Because again, I have this sheet where they had people were doing
Yes.
proposed trades. I just want to make sure because that messed me up earlier when I'm looking at
I
it.
just pulled up CBS's mock draft, and they had Zach going 3.
Philadelphia
They had him
got
going
the-
to San Francisco, and that's
Our good
you know
friend.
he's lucky to get it picked in the first round now. I think.
Field went to the Eagles, Mike.
Yep. Sports Time Machine, our good friend.
So
Machine.
now this is interesting. How about this though? If Fields is still around, do the Bears take him?
Right.
It makes sense. Stays in the Midwest.
Yeah.
Probably would be a gate draw for him.
Yep. It could happen. Man,
CBS
So I
had Fields going to New England.
I don't think it happens. I think
Probably not
I'd rather
now.
have
They
Mac
get
Jones.
Jones.
I think they'll take Jones if they have both choices. I think they'll take Jones. But
Here's the reason why I agree with you, Rob. Belichick and Saban are very good friends, and he's going to have more information. I know they get all the information, but he's going to have more information on Mac Jones. If Mac Jones is available and the Patriots don't take him, it's because something Belichick didn't like. And I'm not saying that. I'm just saying because him and Saban are tremendous friends.
yes,
I mean, so
I think the Giants go defense here. What do you guys think?
I think they take Quiddy Pay.
Pay's got to go here. If they don't get Pay, Parsons. But I like
Carson?
Pay. I like Pay.
okay.
Parsons might fall to your Washington football team, Rob.
There you go.
Yeah, but hey, I'll tell you, they could use some offensive help too. They really could, but I don't think Moore is going to pop up. There's a difference from Smith and then to the next couple receivers.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, and I think Moore could go in the first round, but if he does, he goes to maybe to Tampa, late first round.
Well, another thing, I thought he'd go earlier. Slater's going to be around, and Washington needs help up front too.
Yeah, they could, and he is, by all accounts, a top 5 lineman in this draft, maybe top 2, 3.
Big Clue says hello. He says, could we see Fields fall to the Patriots lap? We were just talking about that. But I think if Mac Jones is there and Belichick likes him,
yeah.
Again, it's the Alabama connection. I think he takes him. If he doesn't, then they have something else going because.
So, chat's saying Bears are trading up to 11.
Oh wow!
All right, I'll keep an eye for that.
Well,
They're
if the
showing the Bears on ESPN, so
if
you
the
might
Bears
be right.
trade up, it'll be Fields. It'll be Fields.
Sean D's announcing it also.
All right.
First, Don said Bears trading up. Don Heston, and now Sean D says, "Here it is, trade."
Yeah, I'm seeing that on Twitter. Bears are trading up.
Bears get the 11th.
So the
Fields.
Bears' biggest needs are a tackle, receiver, and quarterback. So do they get Fields?
And they take Fields.
It's not a receiver because all the top tier receivers are gone.
So it's either Fields or Slater.
I mean,
Why would you move up what?
Nine
Six,
spots.
nine. You wouldn't move up 9 positions for an offensive lineman here.
No,
It's got to be a
Quarterback.
quarterback.
Yeah.
It's got to be a quarterback.
unless they're in love with one of those edge rushers.
No,
No?
I don't think so.
Because the Bears like their
It's
defense.
not that big a jump.
But
They have a good
Trubisky-
D line. They've got Khalil Mack too. I don't see them doing
because
that.
Trubisky's the quarterback. I think they go quarterback because they traded up.
Fields.
Yeah,
I think they go Fields here. I think they get Fields. I'm going to tell you this. I'll say this. If they take Fields, the person that gets Jones will either be the Patriots or a team is going to jump the Patriots. He's going to go 15th or higher. But I'm telling you, Washington could do it. New Orleans could do it.
So, hey, this is interesting. They've got Justin Fields' living room.
Yeah,
everyone was out of the room and they just came back. So it could have been a phone call from the Bears.
Exactly.
That's good stuff there. Big
That's
Clue
true.
says, unusual good play by the Bears here.
He is right.
I think he goes here.
If the Bears get Fields, do they trade Trubisky?
They might just release Trubisky.
Cut him.
Or cut him, or they don't keep him around as a mentor or anything like that?
Once it comes to cut. I don't think anyone's going to want Mitch. What is it? Mitch Trubisky?
Yeah.
Mitchell Trubisky out of North Carolina.
Again, would you take him on your team as a backup? Yeah, because as a backup.
If you get the Bears to eat some of his salary, for sure.
Yeah.
But if he's released, would you? I wouldn't trade for him.
No way.
Mitchell Trubisky.
Trash Trubisky.
Yeah.
I think this has got to be a quarterback.
Movement at the podium. Goodell is approaching.
Fields, but it could be Jones. But I think it'll be Fields.
I'm thinking Fields.
I think so.
Drum roll.
Pauly.
Okay. Well, they're doing some stupid announcement about public relations. That's not what we're here for. Announce the pick, guy. Come on.
Stupid announcement. Yeah, I like
Well,
that.
yeah, it's about the pandemic, blah, 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 blah. Come on. We're not here to listen to this jazz.
The chat's going way back. Sid Luckman was the last. I forgot Jim McMahon, man.
I think McMahon might have been a later round pick.
Oh, he was a first round pick.
Oh, he's a first? You might be right.
He went after Schleister and he made fun of the Colts for taking Schleister.
Steelers fan, Sid Luckman.
Yeah.
Sid Luckman was a good quarterback in the day.
Oh, yeah. And that's back when quarterbacks had to play defense.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, guys. They're just going on with this
No, I know. I'm
ridiculous
listening
announcement.
What? Who was one of the biggest busts in the draft?
Ryan Leaf.
You know who comes? Yeah, well, that's a good one. That's an excellent. You know who came? The linebacker from the
Bosworth.
And if you want another one, how about the kid that went to the Raiders as a quarterback? What was his name?
Oh, the kid.
Jamarcus Russell.
From like he was 5.
Russell.
Marinovich. Was it Marinovich?
No, Russell.
It's Fields.
Jamarcus
Fields. Fields picked by the Bears. They finally got to it.
That's a good pick for them, actually.
Yes.
Really
Not bad.
Justin Fields out of Ohio State.
So Al, I think you're going to be happy that Al Jones is going to be a Patriot, or Mac Jones is going to be a Patriot now. Who else is going to take him?
All right, unless somebody jumps him. I'm telling you, man. How comfortable can you be if you're the NFC South with the Saints, with that kid that they've got that's all purpose, everything?
Taysom Hill.
He can't be a quarterback for 17 games. I'm telling you, don't be surprised if they try to go up here and they bump the Chargers or somebody.
He's another BYU guy, and he only made it through one season healthy at BYU because of the way he played.
Who is this? I'm sorry, I was looking at the
Taysom Hill for the Saints.
Yeah,
he's that
quarterback
guy. Right now, they're saying he's the number 1. So
I'm going to tell you why I agree with you, Rob and Anthony. They knew Drew Brees couldn't throw the goddamn ball in the playoffs, right?
Yes.
And they still didn't go to that kid. By the second half, I would have went, yeah, Drew, I get it. You're retiring. We're going to retire you now because you can't throw the football. Thank you for all you've done for us. We appreciate it. And I would put the kid in. But now, what you guys just said, and me thinking back to the playoffs when I'm sitting there going, we already knew he was recovering from the broken ribs. And I'm watching him, I go, he can't throw the ball. He can't throw the ball. Okay. And they didn't go. They refused. Oh, no, the kid was hurt. He was hurt. I'm sorry. They didn't go to the guy from I would have went to the guy from Tampa.
Jameis Winston.
Jameis Winston.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying, no, let me apologize because he was hurt. And then you also talk about he was hurt in the playoffs. He didn't play because he was a scratch at the end. But you were watching that game, Drew Brees, he couldn't throw the ball. I'm sitting there going, you're killing my playoff pool right now. I have a chance to win this thing if you guys win it, but they didn't.
And you could see the Bucs defense figuring Breeze out in that game, that divisional playoff game with the Saints. And they couldn't figure him out the first 2 times they played him. And Breeze lit him up.
Mac Jones, that's kind of a sexy pick for the Saints, right? If they took him. I don't want him to take him.
He could step in and play day one. I think he's NFL ready.
Yeah.
Probably more than any of them. How about this one, guys? John Lee retired 4 days ago. They got the next pick. Dallas does. I like Parsons here. I like your linebacker. I really do.
Oh, yeah.
How about that? How about
John
that?
Lee, great
John
linebacker.
Lee just retired. That's right in their wheelhouse right here.
They might have telegraphed that move by doing that.
That's true.
I don't know. We'll see, but that's my pick here is Parsons because they're light in the linebacker department. They need defensive back, but I think the best player defensively, the back seven, I think right now definitely is Parsons. That's my pick right here.
Okay.
And
well, you also have the safety from TCU, Trevin Moehrig. He is a hell of a player.
Sean D was saying Cowboys will draft either Stokes or Greg Newsome.
Newsome dropped a little bit. He was, according to the CBS mock draft,
Newsome on the board ahead of Moehrig, that's for sure.
They thought that Carolina would pick up Newsome, but he has dropped a little bit. Not as far as probably Mac Jones will, but not Mac Jones.
Right.
That's another one. Kajana Carter did not pan out in the pros. Yeah. That's a good one. I forgot. He was a hell of a running back. All those players were really still excellent athletes. They just didn't pan out. Oh, Jerry Jones on the phone.
Well, there you go.
Do you think he's actually talking to someone?
I figure there could be some showmanship involved in all of this.
He's already
Jerry's going to have his say. You just don't know whether or not he's
Jerry is the GM.
Yeah.
I kind of like that deal with Sean though. I kind of like Newsome here too, but I think it's either Newsome or
Parsons.
I just think by the stock, I take Parsons because I think he's a better athlete, and you can use both. I like
Anthony.
Parsons.
What do you think defense?
For sure. Cowboys need corner, or their 2 biggest defensive needs are edge rusher or corner. They could take Kwity Paye actually too.
Yeah.
So if I was the Cowboys with what Anthony said and what you said, Rob, I'm definitely going defense. I think because the 2 top cornerbacks are gone, I like the edge rusher a little bit more than the linebacker. Either one's a good pick because put the pressure on the quarterback. That's just my thought. But I agree defense here. And Cowboys pick is in. You call it, Pauly.
All right. We have somebody dressed up as a cowboy handing the pick to Roger Goodell.
Is that Abdullah the Butcher dressed in a Cowboy's outfit?
Whoever it is, it's a very rotund person. This guy's got 350 on him.
That's Rick James after too much to eat.
And they're doing some PSA again. So
we're making a public service announcement. If you use our NFL logo on YouTube, we will sue you.
Yes. Yes.
So they're making a nice announcement. So we'll go on to all right. Another bust. The one do you remember Marinovich, Todd Marinovich?
Yes, I remember reading the article on him on Sports
That was
Illustrated.
one of the most interesting. His father was like a psychopath in a weird way. He groomed that kid like when he was 5 to be a quarterback. And
there's been a lot, man. There's been so many.
Cowboys got their selection in, but I have a question a little later for Todd Marinovich for Anthony, if I remember it.
All right, and the woman at the podium is just leading cheers at the moment. It's come on,
that's
get
on
on with
did
it.
The thing on. That's cool.
It is Parsons. Parsons out of Penn State, the linebacker.
Well,
nice.
Got that one.
Penn State's known as linebacker U. Can't go wrong there, I guess. Good call, Rob.
And they picked the linebacker to replace Sean Lee. You guys called that one.
What did I say? I'm 1 for 12.
That's not true. We were 3 for 3 to start. Anthony showed off. Anthony, how do you feel about this pick?
He's a true sideline to sideline player. He's another 4-3 player, and 4-3 at 245 pounds is amazing. So he's going to cover tackle to tackle and outside, and he can play coverage too. Good pick.
Does he have any pass rushing ability? Out of curiosity, do you?
He'll play inside, so they're not going to bring him as a rusher very much. But good range, good tackler. So yeah,
excellent. So now, Anthony, where do you think you're talking about the edge rushers? Any idea where they might go? The 2 top edge rushers.
I've got to think Pay is going to go within the next 2 to 3 picks. I mean,
I like your Vikings a lot right there. I really like your Vikings. Man, don't the Chargers maybe have to go offensive line here?
Yeah, the thinking was Chargers would go offensive line.
Man, you gotta keep that kid upright.
Yeah, they have a good quarterback. We saw.
Yeah, you got to keep him upright.
So will he have the
Slater?
I had the Chargers taking Vera Tucker because I thought Slater would be gone, but they might get Slater now.
I like Slater. I like Slater here.
And then the Vikings need help up front too, so they got to now decide between Vera Tucker and an edge guy. Quiddy Pay would be good for the Vikings.
Quiddy Pay with the Vikings would really be good, especially when you know you probably may not have to play Aaron Rodgers twice a year.
True.
Think about that. You may not be playing somebody that's the most elusive quarterback out there.
Well, you know the Chargers ain't going quarterback.
No.
So that's Mac Jones going to drop a little farther.
They're not going receiver.
No.
Because
the only scenario left where Rodgers gets traded is Vegas, I think.
If it happens. Okay.
Right. Tonight. Now, he could definitely post-draft something could happen.
Very true.
But tonight, until the Raiders pick, I'm sure Aaron Rodgers is wondering where his future is at. But it's not in San Francisco.
So, someone in the chat, and again, I forgot, they said he asked for a trade. Do we know anything else about? Has anyone seen? Again, I was driving home in the car when I listened to some of this stuff.
It's kind of sketchy because this only developed as the afternoon wore on, and you kind of wonder who was behind it, though. Was it Rodgers people? I can't see Aaron Rodgers hosting Jeopardy the rest of his life.
No.
So, he got a nice little stint doing that, but I mean, come on. He ain't going to be doing that the rest of his life. I could see him doing TV.
But you can force somebody's hand when you're him. You can force somebody's hand and say, guess what? And think about this. Let's just say he said he was going to sit out.
And he has enough money.
And he doesn't report. He doesn't need it. No. And then on top of that, it makes Green Bay look stupid because now they could be getting picks. They could be getting ready for the future and already have their quarterback Love. We don't know how good he's going to be.
What's his gripe with Green Bay? Because, again, I don't know. I just want to know.
He was mad that they drafted Love.
Yeah, he's pissed at Love is sitting behind him. But the same thing.
Yeah, but
he did the same thing behind.
That's true with Favre.
Yeah.
History repeating with the Favre and Rodgers situation.
Yeah, I'm just going to give you the Patriot. Oh, go ahead.
Who has even brought up Love's name talking about Aaron Rodgers the last 2 years? Nobody.
Yeah.
It's all in his head.
I was just going to say that.
If you're a top 3 quarterback, you don't have to worry about that stuff.
No, you shouldn't worry about that stuff.
No.
Because Tom Brady did the same thing. Every time the Patriots, they drafted 2 young quarterbacks. They had Garoppolo, and then they had he went to the Colts. God, I liked him. Brissett.
Brissett, yeah.
Both of them. Once they traded Garoppolo, I was like, okay, we're going to keep Brissett. That's cool. A serviceable young quarterback, tough kid. And then he's gone too, and we're left with nothing. And Brady's gone now. At some point, you have to prepare for the future.
Exactly.
Listen, Aaron Rodgers is great, but if he's mad because they drafted a quarterback, you know what? That just shows me all I need to know about his character.
Right.
I don't know.
And here was the thing behind it. He wanted them to get him a weapon, not a successor, and that's what pissed him off.
Because they used the first round. They used the first round.
But again, Rodgers has to realize it's a business. The teams are going to take care of their needs, not get what your quarterback wants all the time. So,
and like I say, San Francisco, he said, I think they're out. He said, Denver, well, now obviously, they didn't even think twice. They didn't even look at a quarterback right here. So they must think one of those 2 guys they've got is their man. The Raiders.
Rodgers will be 38 this year.
Not in love with love.
Yeah.
But my point being is, you have to prepare for the future, right? They've paid.
Exactly.
Oh, it's stupid not to.
Aaron Rodgers good money, right? And he served them well. I'm not saying he's a good Hall of Fame quarterback.
Right.
I just because we went through it in New England where Tom Brady got mad that Belichick drafted, he had Garoppolo and then Brissett. And he went to, again, I don't know if it's 100% true. I just read the stuff, listen to the stuff around here. He went to the owner. And, okay, they trade Garoppolo. I kind of got that. You got bigger value for trading him, right? And then I'm like, okay, we got Brissett. And then he's gone the same year. We have Hoyer. I don't want Hoyer. I don't get it. I don't understand why these guys – now, I get where maybe Aaron – will stick with Aaron Rodgers, but it's a very similar situation to me now that you guys are telling me this with New – Anthony said he wanted an asset. Okay. I get that, but, you're going to demand a trade now?
An older quarterback who got paranoid. That's what Aaron Rodgers is.
This isn't Johnny Unitas playing for peanuts. And Johnny Unitas, when he's with the Chargers, knew he couldn't play anymore. This is what a class act Johnny Unitas was, right? He had 2 more years on that. I believe 2 more years. He went in and he relinquished his contract. He goes, I can't play anymore. They just want him to stand on the sideline to groom the next quarter. He goes, I can't take your money. I can't play anymore.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
We're a long way away from that.
How about a trade right here? Could there be a trade? Somebody jump over New England to try to get Mac Jones. Chargers, and Vikings don't want him.
I'll tell you what.
But
if the Chargers trade us their young quarterback, they can take Mac Jones.
But I'm telling you, the Saints, they could do something right here. Let's see. Let's see who else. Let's see the 20th pick now. I guess the Giants have a 20th pick. Washington could move up. I mean, why not? But can you imagine if somebody was to jump over the Patriots? Can you imagine? Boy, oh boy, that coach would be so pissed. He would be mad.
You think Washington, though? I mean, Washington has a lot of holes to fill, not just a quarterback.
Yeah.
The first hole I would fill if I was the Washington football team is owner.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Washington had a quarterback who played very well in that game with Tampa Bay, and it was his first start. And the name escapes me. He was a quarterback out of Old Dominion, and he played very good against the Bucs.
Well, they just
first
signed,
round.
Who was the guy they signed out of Miami?
Was it Fitzgerald?
Patrick.
Fitzpatrick.
Ryan Fitzpatrick. They just
Another
signed
former
him.
Buccaneer.
The kid out of he's old now, but he was out of the Ivy League a long time ago. He can throw the ball, but he's one of those guys who thinks his arm, like, I can zip it in anywhere, and he's going to throw it. We got a pick here.
We do. We have a pick.
Pauly.
I'm kind of gun shy with all these PSAs.
Slater, it could be Veritucker too, but I think it'll be Slater.
I think so. I don't think they expected Slater to be here still.
No.
And it is somebody out of Northwestern. I'm not
Slater.
Slater. Thank you, Anthony.
Slater.
Slater out of Northwestern.
And Herbert.
Look at that big smile on his face. Good for him.
Well, they're all going to make a lot of money, so they all should be.
Yeah, but that was like the first really nice smile of the night. I have to say, he's generally that is a real smile. That wasn't like the, keep cool. He was like, yes.
I'm going to be real surprised if somebody doesn't trade right here. This is where I think.
You know what, though? Right now, Vikings, their two biggest needs are still on the board. An interior lineman, which would be Vera Tucker, and an edge rusher, which is Pay. They've got to take one of them. They have to.
Yeah.
Do you think they're happy with their quarterback, the Vikings?
Cousins?
Kirk Cousins. They're not going to take a quarterback.
No? Okay.
For some reason,
I hope they don't.
Yeah. But I'm telling you, right now, if there was a sweet time for somebody to make a trade, right here's it. It's 3 or 4 places.
Okay, I'm going to mute you now. I don't want you giving them any bad ideas. My Patriots are going to get Mac Jones.
And let me tell you, how about this one?
And I'm not talking about the Stinger.
This would really piss you off. What if the Bucks pulled up and tried to get Mac Jones to back up Tom Brady? Can you imagine that?
I'm muting you. Okay.
I can tell you, living in the Tampa Bay area, Rob, that nobody has been talking about that. But stranger things happen once the draft starts.
You're right.
It would be
This is first. I want to say hello to Comics to Bueller, my good friend. We're going to have him on chat with Al at some point again. A wonderful channel, one of the most, again, wonderful human being in our YouTube community, along with the rest of us. He's just a great guy. And say hello to everyone in the comic book community. Thank you very much. Really enjoy him. Here's my biggest fear. I'm joking. I'm not gonna. I've seen it happen with the Patriots. I don't think it'll happen this time, but I'm sitting there going, we're gonna get this guy. And then it's the Patriots with whatever draft pick have made a trade with the Jets, and we've got 4,000 draft picks coming up in the next 2,000 years. I'm like, we could have had this guy.
Think about it this way. The Bucks have no needs. The Bucks right now have no needs. They can afford to give up a 1 and a 2 to bump up from 32nd to 14th. Stupider things about. And look, Tom is 43, 44.
43. You're right.
Yeah.
Tom drinks virgin blood or some crap like that. I don't know.
If he takes one hit, there go the Buccaneers.
That's it. And he could be their next quarter. I'm just saying, it wouldn't be a stupid pick from Tampa to move up if they had the chance to.
I want everyone to answer this question all at once for Jim L. Al, do you want Mac Jones?
Yes.
Affirmative. But you're right, Rob. You're right. They could trade up. The biggest problem the Bucks have is salary cap right now.
That's a good pick, but I want the quarterback shot.
What better thing for a salary cap than to have a rookie backup quarterback that you don't have to pay nothing to? Think about that.
Maybe $1 or $2 million, and I don't know what the minimum is, but you pay him close to it.
He would be probably right there at minimum because in 3 years you got a grip on him.
I'm feeling the love in the chat for the Patriots right now. Let me just say something
about all be Buccaneer haters by now.
I think there's a trade here. I think they're going to trade here. I really do. Why would the Vikings stay here? There's value here. There's value here.
I think Captain Carl, he likes. I think Anthony wants this. Yeah, Anthony wants him for the Vikings also.
Thank you, Captain Carl, for subscribing to my channel. You just did that a few days ago.
Awesome.
Thank you, sir.
Captain Carl's awesome.
Remember to check out all these channels.
Captain
Big Pauly,
Carl's
World
awesome
of Sports Sim, Rob Exclamation Point, Bleacher Bums Gaming. And before we leave, I got to put the stuff in the I can put the links in the chat now.
Oh my God! Vikings traded to the Jets. Really?
Oh!
Wow.
Any news on that?
So Jets' next biggest needs are on defense. But I don't get that.
I didn't see that coming.
It's got to be Quiddy Pay.
It's got to be.
Gotta be.
Jets need an edge rusher.
Wow.
It's got to be Pay. It's got to be Pay. There's no offensive lineman right here.
I mean, the Jets will get the 2nd and the 14th picks here.
Quiddy Pay. It's got to be Quiddy Pay.
So they're making a big move.
Man, Jets are making some.
Oh, they're going to ruin 2 young draft picks' lives in one night, the Jets.
Well, the way their luck's been running, you're absolutely right, Al.
Now, the Pats cannot let Jones buy.
I'm going to be serious now.
Hey, you know what would be funny is if the Jets drafted Matt Jones.
Oh, those
I was just thinking that.
That would be so New York Jets.
And they'd have Wilson and Jones. I mean,
you know what'd be funny? If they did do that, hold on. And Eric Mangini comes out to announce it. That would be hilarious. The New York Jets have brought back Eric Mangini just for this pick announcement. Hey, Bill Belichick.
The chat says Vera Tucker. I don't think so. I don't think they trade and make that big a spice up.
Well, the Jets
it's got to be paid. It's got to be.
Here are the Jets. The Jets need a running back. They're not going to take that one yet. They need an edge rusher or a corner. It's got to be. It's got to be paid. He's the best player on the board.
Najee Harris cannot go up as far.
No.
It's got to be paid. It's got to be paid.
This will be interesting.
But hey, is there any chance the Jets are in some? I mean, when I say cahoots, is there any chance they take Jones and trade him somewhere or do something else with him?
Just to screw Belichick.
Well, no, I just said that. But and then Sean Deese does the same thing.
They could have Washington or New Orleans or Tampa on the line right now and say, okay, after this, we're going to say
this is if this happens, this is Tom Brady's doing, and he's kicking me in the nuts again. I don't think
it happens. I don't think
he's on the phone with the Jets going, listen, you don't like Belichick. I don't like Belichick. You guys are idiots. Draft the kid.
Nah, I think they go defense here.
Yeah,
I think they go pay. But to bump up that far, I don't see any other name on the list unless there's a trade where the Jets are going to get another king's ransom from somebody else to get Jones. That's the only way. That's the only way.
Quick with the quick boxing question. Bud W says, on a side note, who you got, Canelo or Saunders? I got to go with Canelo.
Canelo.
I think Saunders can give him trouble for a while till Canelo is able to walk him down. He hits so hard. It's amazing how hard he hits at that higher weight. Saunders is a clever boxer with no power. I think he can frustrate Canelo.
He'll outbox him early, but Canelo will work his body and just break him in half.
Great job, Bud. We'll have to talk about that, Anthony, and maybe Rob and Pauly, if you guys want to come back to talk a little boxing at some point. Great job, everybody. Fun.
An even bigger question, Mayweather or Logan Paul?
Oh, good heavens.
I hate those guys.
Well, it's nothing that's foreign to boxing because Rudy Valentino in the 20s once fought Rory O'Dolan, who was a
You know what I didn't know? And I found it on YouTube. Is the pick coming up?
Oh, yes. We're getting to that
I
point.
just get something after.
The screen just lit up green.
Bud. Thank you very much. And
it's
Goodell at the podium.
So you say pay, Rob?
What do you like, Rob?
I say pay.
Pay.
Traded. We knew that. Call it out, Pauly, when you hear it.
Tucker. It's Tucker.
Vera
Wow.
Tucker.
Vera
I
Tucker.
don't understand that pick. I don't understand why they move up that far for him.
For that, yeah.
No, I don't understand that one at all.
They had
That's the Jets.
I don't
Don
understand
had
that
it.
one.
And
If you're going to take a lineman, why would you take Darisaw at this point?
Exactly.
I think
Get
Sean D
edge
had it too.
Wow.
So you think to trade up to get, well, they must be very high on Tucker than to trade up to get him, right?
Well, why would you jump over the Patriots? I guess they think the Cardinals would have took him, but I don't know.
So
I don't like that pick.
Lost the
I don't
sheet
like
here.
that
Hold
pick
on a
at all.
second. Here, put this over here. Okay, so they jumped
To
ahead
14.
And gave up 2 thirds.
9 spots.
Round picks.
That
They
was a
must have
strange
thought
one.
that guy wasn't going to be. Obviously, I'm
I
not
don't
disagreeing
see
with. I'm just saying they must have. They must obviously had him high on their board.
Yeah.
The Jets, soon as you think the Jets have things figured out, they change the questions on. Dumbasses. I just
Sean
don't-
Roddy
D
Piper, Rob. Roddy
Sean D
Piper.
says because Washer was going to draft Tucker. Here's I like this one. Mac Jones time.
Oh, I think so.
It's got to be Mac Jones right now.
if it's not Mac Jones right here, oh my God.
If it's not,
It's
three of
Dave.
us will be laughing and one of us will be throwing things.
Yeah. Hey, but if it's not Mac Jones,
Gee,
I'm going
I wonder
Kwity Paye.
who.
Kwity Paye.
Right.
If it's not Jones, but
On
Kwity
a
Paye
quick-
is what
Yeah.
that'd be my pick.
Okay, if they don't go, they go with a defensive player.
80% Jones, 20% Paye.
Okay, that wouldn't surprise me if they did go defense.
Yeah.
I would not be happy because I want a quarterback.
See, and I just don't get that trade though, because the Vikings' biggest need to me was a guard,
Exactly.
and he's
Exactly.
he's so far above the other interior linemen in the draft.
So
Yeah.
they did it for quantity. I would, right? I'm not saying I agree with it. I agree with Anthony.
No,
I agree with,
you're right.
I agree with all you guys because I never agree with what professionals say because I've seen quantity. Everyone talking about quantity. Quantity's good sometimes, right? Give me the quality.
But see,
Yeah,
this
yeah.
means the Vikings miss on their two biggest needs unless they'll probably have a choice of one of the lower edge guys like maybe Rousseau. Rousseau is kind of an unknown. Tryon, I don't know.
They don't have a number one this year. They don't have a
True.
number one this year because
We
they
have
get
a very quick pick.
they get Jets number one
Oh,
next
did
year.
it?
This is Mac Jones. This is Mac Jones.
I would
It's my
think so.
jersey.
It's got to be.
Roll Tide, baby.
And they're doing a stupid PSA.
Oh my God, you're
and
killing me, you guys.
I think
Right.
that's Robert Kraft right by Goodell.
No,
That
he's
can't
got a
be
massage
either.
parlor. Come on.
Yeah.
I
Why
think-
would Kraft be sitting with Goodell? Yeah, you're right, Al. Wouldn't make sense. It's somebody who is wearing a coronavirus mask and has gray hair.
Do you think that's some bad hair on that guy?
Could be a rug. You're right.
Could be.
Could be a rug.
All my hair is natural, baby.
Mine too.
Okay, we're getting a little closer to the pick.
D. Scott Howard. That shot is that? Oh, that's a veteran. That's a veteran. I'm sorry. Which is hats off to U.S. veterans.
Lots of booze. Mac Jones, you're right.
Mac Jones.
You're right. You called it.
Jones.
Yes.
Al is happy.
Congratulations, Al. And Belichick will tutor this guy to death.
Oh,
Well, think about this, guys.
this is the kid I want.
He went up from a 40th pick at the start of the season to a top 15.
And this
And the most pissed person in the whole room right now
is Mac Jones.
is a quarterback at Minnesota because he has no first round pick. I mean, no, not Minnesota. Let's see. Next year he has no first round pick.
I thought the Vikings got the Jets' 23rd pick this year.
I think they did get a pick, Rob.
Because Jets have 23 still in the fur.
They
Have
still
23.
got
That makes
do that?
sense.
Yes, they just dropped.
Oh, I thought it was Seahawks. I thought the Seahawks had that pick.
Nah, Jets.
I'm going to tell you.
Yes, okay.
I'm going to tell you. Here's Chris Anderson. We were talking about this today at work. Could Mac Jones fall? He fell to us, baby.
Wow.
There you go.
Let me tell you something.
I'll tell you
This
what.
kid, we don't know
It's
yet.
a good fit for both. It's a good fit for Jones.
Absolutely. And
Does he
he's
sit?
going to have a chip on his shoulder because he dropped.
Does he sit?
Yes.
Does he sit a year?
No, I would not sit him.
No.
He might if Cam. I don't know if Cam's officially back because I checked the.
Cam
Is he-
signed.
He signed.
I
Okay,
think.
so we got Mac Jones. Woohoo!
I think Mac Jones starts day one.
I would have him start day one
I would.
because
I would too.
the Patriots went 7-9 and they were competitive in all but one game. Okay, Mac Jones. You could start with Cam and see how it goes, and then put Mac. I'd like to see if he shows something. If they think he's ready to play Mac Jones, and then we have Cam Newton
As an emergency.
as an emergency quarterback.
Yep.
Newton's a
very
question
excited.
mark, though.
Yeah.
Motivation-wise, can he stay healthy? I have to think that Cam Newton's, it's a
Play a little
great
bit of
pick
future.
for them to get Jones.
Now the Cardinals, they just went and got the kid from Houston. They've got their defensive line pretty set. Darrisaw?
They need more interior help. They need a cornerback too.
Love you, honey.
They need a linebacker. You know who they could get is
I got what I wanted. We got Mac
they could
Jones.
They
get
could have moved
Wilson.
to Clemore.
This is my Uncle Jerry calling. Mac Jones.
Uncle Jerry's happy.
Hello, Uncle Jerry. You're on.
Yeah, the CBS had Collins going to
I know.
the Cardinals, but Collins has been
a draft
picked,
show
I think.
on YouTube
So,
with me, Rob, Anthony, and Paulie.
Collins
I
has
just
not been picked
when
yet.
the phone rang.
Oh, he
it
has
was Uncle
not?
Jerry
Okay.
calling and say Mac
No.
Jones. We got Mac. I think it's a great
Collins has
pick.
not been picked yet.
Yeah.
so there you go. That could be a pick for them. How long is Larry Fitzgerald going to hang around with the Cardinals?
Yeah, but I don't think this
I
time in
think
the
one
draft,
more year.
Yeah.
this time in the draft you can't get a receiver. I don't think Moore's good enough to be a top 16 pick.
I think the Cardinals are good there. They still got B Hop and Christian Kirk is a great slot receiver. So
If
I think they'll take a linebacker.
you really,
I think they'll take Owosu.
Then we got Las Vegas coming up, and that's where we could have the Aaron Rodgers drama again. But you're right, Rob. This is probably something that's not going to happen tonight with San Francisco out of the picture.
yeah. I'm actually going.
So do I, Chris.
I'm actually going against Anthony here. I think Zaven Collins could get picked right here.
That'd be a good pick too.
I think Zaven Collins could get picked if they go in defense. I'm not sold on it. This is one I think there's a chance that they're going to take offensive lineman. Darrisaw is a stud, and I just don't know if they're going to let him slide or not because their quarterback was running for his life a lot last year.
True.
I think they go offensive lineman, but if not, I'll take Zaven Collins here.
All right. ESPN's analyzing this to death, as they often do. I turned on ESPN tonight and thinking Chris Berman was going to host it, but it's Mike Greenberg. I know Berman's ancient history with them now.
Yeah.
It was him and Bob Lee that used to do that for so many years.
Cardinals. Here comes
Oh,
their
yeah,
pick.
they're coming. They're coming.
So you guys said offensive lineman?
No, he said
We're thinking defense.
We're both going
I'm sorry, I was
linebacker.
asking in the glow of Mac Jones still.
I like Darrisaw, but
Okay.
or Collins.
You call it out, Paulie.
All right. It is Collins. Zaven Collins out of Tulsa.
Yeah.
Are we happy with this pick? Do you think it's a solid? Well, anyone.
Oh, Collins is tough.
I think they got the pick they wanted.
No, he's great in coverage too.
Yeah.
He can run with guys in the slot. So great pick. Either way, they went with that linebacker pick was good with the guys that they had left on the board.
Raiders.
So
So now the Raiders are up next, right?
Uh-huh.
So if something happens with the whole Aaron Rodgers type rumor, we think it happens now.
Exactly.
Okay.
And if it happens now, and you're going to have that twist where Rodgers is going to there, then obviously right now you're asking Green Bay, what do you want? What more could Green Bay want than a defensive lineman pay right here? Quiddy pay?
I've got the trade on Twitter, Rob. So the Oakland Raiders or Vegas Raiders trade to Green Bay, first round pick this year and next year, and they get Aaron Rodgers and a new toupee for Mark Davis.
Wow. So is this so the Raiders? He's went to the Raiders.
I'm just.
He just made that up.
Oh!
I knew he was going to pull that when I saw.
They were thinking on the CBS Sports Draft that the Raiders would go defensive back here. They were looking at a safety, Trevon Moring.
Trevon Moring.
He's TCU.
Great safety at TCU. Great defensive back. Great safety. He comes down, plays the run well. He can cover slots. He's good.
Bud W. I don't know if he's just speculating. It's a car and 3 first rounders.
Huh?
I just throwing it out there.
Oh yeah. Big Clue. How you doing, Big Clue?
Green Bay turned down
and the 8th pick. Oh, 3 pick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they turned. Green Bay turned down Garoppolo, number 3 pick, next year's number 1, and 2 more 3s earlier today
from San Francisco.
For Rodgers, they turned it down. It's been within the last couple of days anyway. It happened, and then Rodgers came out today and had what he had to say.
Green Bay might have regretted if they really want to move him. If they think they might regret that one, because if you have the kid, Garoppolo would be the one to try to groom him a little bit.
Yeah.
And then if Garoppolo plays well, you don't care.
Yeah.
And
I
that's if they really wanted to move him, though.
The only way tonight we hear anything is if Quiddy Pay right here gets picked, because Pay would be great at Green Bay. He would be a great pick for Green Bay to get, and then obviously they might. Let's see, where's Green Bay? They probably get to keep their own pick here later.
So, Rob, go back to the San Francisco, because I didn't know any of this stuff.
Right.
That pick, I'm going to throw it out to Anthony and Pauly. I'm going to tell you right now, if I could have made that deal and I really wanted to get rid of Aaron Rodgers because I thought he was going to be a headache and I've had enough, I'm playing devil's advocate. I'm not saying it. I would have go through it one more time. I just want to make sure I heard that right.
The number 3.
Yeah. This year?
Number 3. Yeah. Yep. Number 3 this year. Next year's number 1, Garoppolo and 2 3s.
I would have done it.
I would have jumped on it if I'd have Green Bay. Because
I would have done it.
How many more years has Rodgers got anyway? What?
Rodgers is 37 years old. He's going to give you 2, maybe 3 seasons.
Exactly.
I don't know why they didn't pull the trigger.
Why wouldn't they have done it? Because they're not getting anything better than that.
No.
I would have done it.
The reason they said they didn't do it is because he was an NFC rival.
I don't care about that.
I don't care either. I wouldn't care either.
And the Packers could have used that pick to get Pitts, a great offensive weapon for holy crap.
Which Atlanta picked up.
Yeah.
So, Pauly, would you have done that deal?
I don't know what the Packers are thinking there. I would have done the deal. I don't know what the thinking is on the Packers front.
Again, we're playing.
Why don't you make that?
If they wanted, I would have done the deal, Rob, Anthony, Pauly. I would have done it.
Yeah.
I mean, like
I think the only way right now anything's still in the works is if Quiddy Pay right here gets picked, and there's a chance Pay goes to Green Bay. I think that's the only way. I don't think the Raiders will go defensive lineman. I don't think so anyway.
So again, I just want to understand that was a legit offer.
That's what I understand. Because he came out after it was released. He came out this afternoon and said, I want out. So now I'm going to force your hand. You're not going to trade me the way I want to get traded. I'll force your hand and make you trade me. That's the way I understand. He wasn't going to go public if it would have went through the way that they were hoping. So he knew
I
all
don't
along.
I don't see a way that Rodgers stays a Green Bay Packer
No way.
after today's tantrum.
He's bitten too many. He's bitten too many fingers now.
Well,
Yeah.
I know that's really. I didn't know the trade. I would have done that.
Yeah.
Because here's my point. Anthony, like Anthony brought up, he's 37 years old, right? If Jimmy Garoppolo's healthy, he's not Aaron Rodgers, but he can still win you games in the right system. Okay?
And especially if you use that pick you get to get someone like Pitts, my goodness, with Devontae Adams, really?
Yeah.
Who cares if he's going to it? I don't get it.
Right.
That's
We
crazy.
have Goodell going to the podium, and this is the Raiders pick.
Who do
We'll
we have here?
Mulrig.
see.
Wow. I'm going to go.
Leatherwood, Alex Leatherwood,
Wow,
defensive
they went
tackle,
off into that.
Alabama.
Yeah.
I did
they
not
went-
see that coming.
He's
That's
a
an
good one.
interesting pick.
They went tackle, offensive tackle.
He's guard.
Oh, he's a big boy.
He's a guard.
Oh, yeah.
He's inside. He's inside.
Offensive
Yeah,
tackle.
he's-
I'm sorry, guys.
He's a road grader.
Yeah. And
Well,
he's
again,
a
an Alabama.
fourth Alabama player.
Mm-hmm.
I was just going to say another Alabama player. You can't
Yeah.
go wrong. That's the closest thing to a AAA football team is the Alabama.
It really
Crimson
is.
Tide.
Alabama could beat
Yeah.
about 4 to 8 NFL teams.
They could be competitive.
And they still got one more first rounder, I think.
Okay, so Rob, the Dolphins got the receiver. They need an edge player too. Are we finally going to see Kwity Paye go?
Wow.
It's got to be either Paye or Owusu at this point.
Man.
Yeah,
I
Quinny's
can't
stock
believe-
dropped.
I can't believe Pace's fallen this far.
I know. I
This is
thought the
crazy.
Vikings would jump on him.
He was supposed to go 13th, and now
And
we're
the
down
thing
to
is,
the
if Paye doesn't fall in their lap,
right.
that's the only thing Washington doesn't need is a defensive lineman. They got they got a great defensive line. They have nothing else.
Well, Washington might have a chance to get Owusu if they take Paye, and that'd be a great pick too.
Oh, it would be. Yeah, but can you imagine? Let's see. The Giants get that Bears pick now after the Washington team. Can you imagine if Paye falls that far?
Wow.
That would be pretty good.
Yeah.
The Giants would make their day right there to get Paye. And I had him almost going at top. I had him going top 15.
Hi, Rob's Rules.
Hey, Rob,
Rob's rules.
Check out that
Rob's
wonderful
Rules.
YouTube channel. Jim L.
Yeah.
Wow, excuse me. Leatherwood went higher than I thought. Roll Tide.
Yeah.
I
but the
had him
Raiders always see something that we don't.
I had him going to the Chiefs. I had him going to the
Chris
Chiefs.
and I are Patriots fans.
Yeah,
Wow.
I didn't even have him going in the first round.
And I didn't have him as the next best lineman. I had Jenkins as the next best lineman.
Steeler fan says Alabama would win the NFC East.
No, Darrisaw.
That's true.
Man, there's some good players at the Paye and Darrisaw. Man, somebody's
Yeah, and you still have both potential first round running backs on the board.
yeah. I don't think I'm going to say now. I don't
No
think
running back's been taken yet.
I don't think but one goes.
Buffalo's going to take one. They need a running back bad.
They had a running back. They probably would have gone to the Super Bowl this past year.
Yeah. I
Rob's
think
a Giants
Harris would
fan.
be a good fit. in
Rob's a
Buffalo.
big Giants fan. He said, if you're the GM of the Giants, who would you pick and why?
Wow. Well, it's what they get the 20th pick.
Yeah, because they traded back.
Yeah, a lot depends on what the Dolphins and
What
Washington
the teams
do.
ahead of them do.
Dolphins. I think Dolphins are going to go edge rusher here. I think they get paid. That's my opinion. I think Washington gets Darrisaw.
Okay.
And
If
we
that-
have
if
Goodell at
that-
the podium again.
Dolphins coming up. You call it,
I
Big
think-
Pauly.
All righty.
I say Kwity Paye. Anthony.
Pay.
I
No,
like
no, wait. Wosu, sorry.
I like Pay here.
Galen Phillips out of the U, Miami.
He's an edge
Wow.
rusher too.
So I had him ranked behind Pay. Wow.
I did too. But he's an edge rusher. Yep.
Yeah.
The demise of Quiddy Pay continues.
Yeah, something's up.
I just like saying his name. I hope he stays around all the full first round.
It's kind of like Pootie Tang, that
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah, I remember that movie.
Yeah.
Phillips, was he from Miami?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's from the
So,
U, Miami,
U.
Florida.
Miami has two
So,
good edge
so that's a
rushers.
surprise,
Rousseau,
right?
too.
You guys think that's a surprise because that's
Yeah,
a surprise
I'm very
pick?
surprised. But
What do you?
Washington will not surprise us here.
Okay.
They've got to have a quarterback stand upright. They went through 4 quarterbacks last year.
Yep.
And not
They're going offensive line.
Darrisaw.
Yeah.
Darrisaw. I think they got to.
Anthony, what are your thoughts on the Dolphins pick? Because you said it was a surprise. You know, I said it was a surprise. You had them ranked the gentleman they picked behind the other guys you thought they should have picked.
And I had him close because Rob
Yep.
and I did a pre-draft show a while back, and I thought Pay and Phillips were both very close. Phillips was the one who actually retired from football initially, got hit by a car.
Oh,
But he came back good. I mean, he's going to have a good NFL career, so I can't fault that too much. I just think Pay was a little better.
Always interested about the divergence when it starts in the draft between what all the mock drafters think and what is actually picked. And I think you're starting to see that now because the last 2 picks, the Raiders and Miami, have been people nobody really had their eyes on.
Right.
You know, and it takes one reach or one trade and it throws the
that throws the whole
flow of the draft.
Monkey wrench.
Yep.
It is a monkey wrench.
There's been a few monkey wrenches so far.
Yeah.
So for the Giants now,
Yeah.
Well,
let's go back.
Washington's up now, and Washington has been known to love Virginia Tech products. They love
True.
Virginia Tech products. Christian Darrisaw, they need a lineman. Defensively, they're pretty good.
yeah.
Offensive lines, their weak point right now. Darrisaw to me is the pick. Jenkins could be, but I think I like Darrisaw here.
Well, and one draft had Washington taking Micah Parsons too, a mock. So do you take the next best linebacker, which again is Owusu?
Owusu-Koramoah? I don't think so. I think you got to keep your quarterback upright. I like Darrisaw.
Yeah, Darrisaw is a good pick too. I wouldn't fault either one.
I like
Again,
Darrisaw here.
I'm no draft expert. The logic you guys use, I agree with you. Washington had trouble keeping their quarterbacks upright. And this is a league, you need an offensive line before you do anything. You can have the best running back, the best quarterback, the best receivers. You need that probably more than anything, offensive lineman. And then
And the thing is, you don't have anything else offensively better. You don't have a tight end right here to fit. You don't have any wide receivers right
Duke
now
and Daisy.
at 20th.
Something's triggering them.
Najee Harris, I just don't think they take Najee Harris here. I like Darrisaw. I just think it's a smart pick.
No, it's a very smart pick because, again, you guys did your pre-draft show. That's why you're on here. Do the heavy lifting. But I'm saying logically, if you just think back about last year's football season, they had difficulty protecting the quarterback.
Yeah.
It makes sense. Now, could they do something that doesn't make sense?
Sure.
Sure, but I think if that's I agree. I like that pick. I like that pick of the offensive lineman.
My thinking is this: for Washington, if they don't go offensive lineman, I think they're going to go defensive backfield. Farley, they may go with Farley, but I think that's a reach. I think Darrisaw.
But you said I mean, again, I'm just was listening. You said they do like Virginia Tech players.
Yes.
And he's from Virginia Tech, so they have a comfort zone, whether they have a relationship. You know, I'm like Belichick has a relationship with Saban. Again, so they like that. They might have a comfort zone there. They might know what's coming. So let's pan out. Let's say they take the linemen. The Giants would be up next, correct?
Yep. Quiddy Pay.
Okay, so they're going to go.
I will go there on that one because the Giants, their defensive line, ever since the other kid left, what the three-finger guy went to Tampa.
Jason Pierre-Paul.
They have not been the same.
Out of USF.
They have not been the same. They would need Pay. I think he would definitely be. I'm looking down in the chat right here, and they say watch Najee Harris go to the Steelers. I've said it all along. I think if Najee Harris gets as far as 24th, Steelers will take a running back. He's the only one I think. I don't even think the Bills, as bad as they need a running back, I don't think they're going to go running back first round. I think they'll switch. But I think the Steelers will take Najee Harris first round. We'll see.
CBS has them picking them with their pick. You're right, Rob.
Has them picking who?
Pittsburgh had in the mock draft, the CBS Sports mock draft.
I'm just saying, I think Pittsburgh likes him, and I think that's the way they'll go. But I like Darrisaw right here for sure. I really like Darrisaw.
Thank you very much, Jamel.
We're nearing the pick for
I'm
Washington.
only as good as these three gentlemen. These guys make this stream good, and I appreciate them coming on. Excuse me.
Quiddy Pay he's the one that's really dropped tonight, other than Jones.
So Washington's going now.
Washington picked.
Call it out, Pauly, when it's ready.
Jamin Javis out of Kentucky. The Davis.
They took a linebacker out of Kentucky.
That's right.
Really?
That's a surprise, right?
Wow. I didn't even have him going first round. Wow.
There's the divergence again that I was talking about.
Wow.
Anthony Washington took Davis, a linebacker out of Kentucky.
Wow.
That's
I didn't have him going first round.
Huh.
I you know what? I can't tell you anything about him because I don't have anything right here on him.
The last three picks have been total surprises.
Yeah.
So now, do you still?
I had him ranked 3 inside, but I thought Owosu would be before him.
This total something's up with Pay. Somebody knows something that we don't know about Pay.
For him to fall for him to keep falling.
You don't fall from 10th
to
21st without something being up here.
And it's just strange. But now that there's still a lot of good football players, obviously, up on the board.
It is.
Yeah.
Sean D, wow. Jim L, surprise. Big clue. Over the linebacker from Notre Dame, question mark. Really, wow.
Yeah. Owosu Moore. I don't understand that one at all.
That is a shocker.
Sean
If the Giants don't go Quiddy Pay here,
they'll go linebacker. Maybe? No?
I actually like interior lineman Christian Barmore here.
Okay.
I like Barmore from Alabama. I know a lot of people
Another Alabama
small, but Lord have mercy, he is such a good player.
He's a great run stuffer.
Yeah.
Moves a pocket back.
And a lot of people saying Giants take Darrisaw. That would be a great pick. I mean, that's Washington's loss. Yeah.
You got a lot of edge rushers projected in the mock draft that are still out there. So you're going to see a run of edge rushers.
Probably second round.
Yeah.
Jim L says a lot of edge rushers had bad medical reports today, from what he was reading.
Oh.
Rob wants an offensive lineman for the Giants.
Well, if they're going to take offensive linemen, I'm with these guys. I like Darrisaw the best of everybody left out there. I really do. Jenkins is still available too, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Kevin Jenkins, yeah.
See, I actually thought Jenkins was going to end up in Washington, but I didn't think Darrisaw was going to be available. That's the reason I thought they would definitely go offensive lineman once Darrisaw fell that far. But man, oh man, could the Giants go?
The Giants, I think I don't know. I think they might go linebacker. I have a feeling they like linebacker, and I don't know anything. I'm just from past history in my mind.
Well, they need a linebacker. They need an edge rusher too. And Owosu, take him.
That NFC East division is going to be fun to watch, and maybe a little garish to watch this season.
but Owosu Koromor and Pay are two totally different type of animals. To me, Pay should have been a top 15 pick. And
I agree.
The Giants here, I mean, if you're in New York and you're a Giants fan and they pick Pay right here, you can't cry about this pick.
No.
It's a hell of a pick.
Here's what they must know something, because I thought the Giants would take Pay at 11 and then they traded down. I'm like, oh, they're never going to get him now.
Can you imagine if they still get him now?
Imagine if they get him after doing that. What kind of great information they got.
Plus they get picks. Plus they get other picks.
To sit there and go,
be the pick of the round.
We know these teams ain't taking them, right? Because that's how you find out, probably through the colleges or something, or someone they know. The other teams ain't telling you who they're going to take, right?
No.
Yeah.
They're finding out through college coaching staffs, college something. This is what we hear. That's my guess. Steeler fan 1933, aka Matt. You guys still surprised by what the Raiders do? Are you meaning they do wild and crazy things? The Raiders. Does that surprise you? No.
They must have seen something we weren't seeing to have picked Leatherwood.
Right? Yeah. 3 picks right here wouldn't surprise me at all. Owosu Koromor, I think he could get Pay right here, and Barmore. I don't think they go wrong with any of them. But if I'm the GM here, Pay, I think, the best. I think Pay's the best, Anthony.
I agree. I'm curious what happened that's had him fall so far.
I like Pay. I like Pay here, but we'll see.
Well, do you remember Dan Marino? We all remember Dan Marino and the famous story when I watched his biography, and I forgot if it was the ESPN thing or NFL, or it could have been on both. When Don Shula called, I think Foge Fazio was the coach at Pitt then, or I think he was the head coach then. And,
you're right.
And Shula couldn't understand why Marino kept dropping. He goes, "Is there?" And there was a rumor of a substance issue, which was false, which I think, in hindsight, the Dolphins put it out there. But he asked, he goes, "Hey, I'm hearing these things. Is there anything wrong with him?" And they said, "No, he was just hurt. The kid, he is going to be really, really good." And so it's going to be interesting. Like you said, why are some of these players falling?
Yep.
All I can think of it with Pay maybe is they want more length there. He's 6'2", which isn't really tall for a DN, but shit, he runs a 4.5. He's quick off the edge.
Are you always going to get the prototypical look for a player, and does that make him a good player? No,
but they look at measurables a lot.
Yeah, but I forgot who said it when they go, "Oh, so and so does this in the draft or the combine," right? He goes, "Once you get hit a few times, you ain't running a whatever anymore." He goes, "Sometimes you take the football player."
I'll even compare it to high school, Al.
Yeah.
We've had like linemen that, literally played D2 because they weren't 2 inches taller when they could have played D1. They had D1 ability, but not size.
That's
all right.
sad.
We are nearing another pick.
Giants. Who do we got? I say linebacker, Notre Dame.
Pay.
G-Men.
Pay.
From East Rutherford.
Call it out, Pauly, when it's ready.
Goodell. It was not Quiddy Pay. It was Tony out of Florida, wideout.
Wow. Wow. This is way too high for him. Way
Bizarro
too high.
World draft all of a sudden.
Wow.
Again, only because I watched some Giants game. I didn't think that was a big need for them. Am I wrong here?
Oh, my God.
Well, I had a wide receiver as their number one need, but once you lose those top guys, I think go next best. And I thought that would have been edge or linebacker, but
yeah, man.
And here's the deal. Tony was helped a lot by the fact that teams had to account for Pitts at Florida.
Right. Pitts played on the same team. Yeah. And he had Trask, too. He had Kyle Trask throwing the ball to him.
Which are excellent points.
Wow. That was crazy.
I mean, yeah, they needed I thought.
That's nuts, man.
I would have went defense.
Wow.
That's just me.
Yeah. And
I like linebackers because I think you can do a lot more with linebackers. But that's just my own. I'm not an expert at anything. I'm just
now the Colts in a division with the Jags in a division with Tennessee and a division with Houston. My goodness, get the edge rusher, man.
I was just going to say that.
Get him.
I think that's the fit. I think that's the fit for them. An edge rusher here.
Wow, you got to. But hey,
well, Colts need an offensive tackle too.
And they were thinking Tevin Jenkins for the Colts.
Darius Shaw's still there though.
He's still there too. But let me throw a little wrench in that. Ojulari, he's an edge rusher.
Yeah.
They like him. They have liked him. They have actually they sent like 5 people to his pro day. I don't even know where he went to school, Ojulari, but they didn't think pay would be available here, but watch out for that one, Ojulari right here.
So big clues. I believe Anthony, you said Colts should go lineman. Big clues said Colts should grab Darisaw, a steal this low to protect their new Wentz, the quarterback.
Exactly.
Again, not bad thought process, right, by anybody. Al was not a hell of a quarterback in high school. Al ran for his life in high school at quarterback.
Yeah, I
could have used Darisaw. Chris makes fun because he played on a much better high school football team than I did. Chris was a very good high school player.
I got a hold to this little day. Check this out.
Somebody
beautiful
almost bomber jacket.
That's a nice jacket.
It looks very nice.
Yeah, and then I've got the.
Thank you, Darius.
So I'm sure a lot of folks will like the people.
So Jim L thought the Giants pick was a bit of a shock. I wonder what Rob thinks because I'm going to scroll down. Oh, Rob goes, "That's my Giants."
Yeah.
So, but wait. If you're a Giants fan, Anthony did say they did. He had, and Anthony's and he thought they had a big need at wideout. They took a wideout, but again, they bring up really excellent points, Rob and Anthony, that when you're doubling or more, I shouldn't say double, when there's more attention paid to another wide receiver, doesn't mean you're not good, but you're getting less attention. So,
Tony's fast. He can stretch the field because he's a sub 4.4 guy too.
Yep.
But
I like Moore better, but I know a lot of people are really down on Moore. It was Purdue. He didn't have the best year this year, but he was up against a lot of competition in the Big Ten. I like Moore better, but
which is more shocking? The Giants pick. I shouldn't say shocking. That's the wrong word.
Okay.
The Giants pick, surprising, I guess, or the Raiders pick.
I'd say it's a push. They were both surprises.
Giants. I think them going Leatherwood. He wasn't my top offensive lineman, but they need to keep their
they went to
quarterback.
Yeah.
I'm more surprised by Washington's pick than any right.
Okay.
By the linebacker.
Yep.
Davis.
What's the most surprising for you, Anthony?
The Raiders pick.
Yeah.
Only because they needed help in the back 7 and the best safety in the draft was available, and And again, I thought their run game is fairly decent. That just kind of surprised me.
Colts. I thought the Colts had a pretty decent offensive line last year, didn't they? They weren't the worst offensive line.
No.
They weren't the worst. So, I mean, yeah, you can upgrade and get Darisaw here, but, man, I'll tell you what. I can't let the pay train is still rolling. I'm taking Quiddy Pay here.
Jim L has a joke for Colts.
We'll pick J.O.K.
We already did that one.
Well, here's something too. I think Owusu's the best player on the board, and he might fall to the Chiefs. That'd be a great pickup for their defense.
You guys seeing the Chiefs winning three straight NFL championships and AFC championships? I'm sorry.
Well, you have Mahomes. Mm-hmm. If he stays healthy, he's a very great quarterback.
And they're soliding up their line because they
You know.
just picked a guy from Baltimore.
They have an opportunity to do that. Will they? Who knows? It's tough because there are going to be teams going to be better than we think, and there are going to be teams. This is what I'll say. Why I thought they weren't going to. I thought Tampa Bay had a good shot at beating them, and I'm not big. I was happy for Tampa Bay fan. When I saw the Patriots play Kansas City and how tough they played them, and they were okay, defensively okay, offensively challenged. When I saw that, I'm sitting there going, now, not every coach is Bill Belichick, and Belichick makes mistakes just like every other coach. But I'm sitting there going, I guarantee you Tampa Bay's looking at this, right? When they're going to sit there and go, we can do this and we can do this better than what they did to Kansas City. And the other thing that Kansas City, to me, they just put, again, they have Mahomes. They put all their faith in Mahomes. It's not a bad thing. It's like they didn't adapt. And at one point in the game, at a certain point, they had no choice but to continue doing what they did.
Right.
They kept them out of the end zone. You kick field goals, we score touchdowns, we win the game big. That's the way it is. They played beautifully, Tampa Bay.
They got better as the season wore along. Because they didn't play preseason games, they kind of came slow out of the box. But I just can't see the Chiefs and Bucks both making it to the Super Bowl again. I think one of them is going to trip up. And Goodell's slowly moseying his way to the podium again with the blue of the Indianapolis Colts. Oh, there's somebody shaking a hand of.
I'm going to say Darasol. I'm going to say they take offensive lineman.
You going lineman, Darasol?
But I think Kwity Paye would be the best pick.
I'm going to go on a limb and say Farley.
Oh.
There's Kwity Paye. There's Kwity Paye. Colts just picked them.
You got him?
Did they take Paye? Okay.
Michigan.
That was his good luck.
They got an edge rush. We were talking about when you were saying about the division they play in, right? The edge rusher.
Yep.
And that's where they went.
Yep.
And now you're going to see a whole bunch of edge guys go.
And, it worked out good for them. I don't think he was a big need, but he was the best player available still outside of the linebacker. So, yeah, it's a good pickup.
And now the Titans pick, right?
Yeah.
An AFC South rival, yep.
Titans have got to go. They have got to go after the quarterback. They got one of the worst defensive lines as far as they're great against the run, but boy, against the pass. I'm going Phillips here. I think they go with Phillips.
I think they need help in the secondary too. So Farley or Morig. I'm
gonna go Phillips. How many sacks? I think they got like third least amount of sacks in the league.
Phillips is gone, Rob.
Oh, is Phillips gone? Phillips is gone. Okay. Well, let's see.
What about Ojulari?
Ojulari. I'll take Ojulari here. Yep.
Another edge guy.
Well, if he could go Owa. Is his name Owa?
Out of Penn State.
Yeah. I'll take Ojulari here, though. I think Ojulari goes because they have got Jason Owa goes next. That's what Sean says. He could. Owa could, but I like Ojulari here. They got to get somebody after the quarterback because
they were not a good pass. They didn't apply a lot of pressure to the Titans last year.
No, they were terrible. That's one thing. They were always been known as a decent defensive team to keep their offense in the games so they could run the football all the time.
Darius asks, this is always a question that's asked. And they go, what's the grade for the draft now? You find that out in a few years, if not this upcoming season. You don't know until they play. No. I'm happy with what the Patriots did. We got a quarterback and we got Mac Jones, and that's who I like. Thank you for the question, Darius, as he is flooding the chat with.
Well, with the exception of the last pick, Kwity Paye to the Colts, the last few picks have been stinkers.
Yeah. So what about Ronnie Perkins for an edge guy, Rob?
I like Ojulari.
What about Gregory? I think it's out of Miami.
Russo?
Yeah.
So
He's dropped quite
I
a
don't
bit.
think he
I think
makes
part of
the
that is
first
his frame.
I think he's going to go second round. I'm just looking at the list. I'm just asking because we're talking to
Mid-second.
guys.
I think he'll go mid-second.
Mid-second?
I think so. I think I'm with Sean here. I think either Ojulari or Owa goes here. I like Ojulari. I think they got to go defense. That's my opinion. I don't know.
Yeah, they didn't put from watching them a lot on the red zone because they got the when they bounce a game to game. I enjoy it. When I'm not watching the Patriots. I like that because we get to see a lot of different players. Yeah, and because we have the office football pool, so they did not put pressure on the quarterback. I remember that from watching. They didn't put anything.
And what do they count on? They count on running the football all the time. If you're going to run a football, you can't let the other quarterback be comfortable for the time amount that he's on the field. You got to keep some pressure on him because you're going to try to run a lot of clock yourself. And I think it's a smart pick here. We'll see what happens.
Big clue. Ronnie Perkins, edge rusher, Oklahoma.
Yeah, this is a strange bottom part of the draft because all these teams that made the playoffs last year need edge rushers.
No, Sean D being a little.
I'm sticking my tongue out at him.
Yeah.
And, that's what's kind of funny. I thought a lot of teams had needed the edge, and to have only two go off the board so far is kind of.
This is one of the teams I think top 3 needs of all the league. I think this is one.
Well, you got to get after the quarterback.
I'll be very surprised if they don't go D-line here. Now, could they go Barmore? Yes, but I think edge rushers makes more sense here. But if they come up and say defensive lineman Barmore, that's not the worst pick in the world either.
No, he's a good 2-gap player inside.
Yeah,
pocket back.
Yeah. And all you had to do is watch him. All you had to do is watch Alabama play last year. You know the name Christian Barmore.
I mean, if you're not sure, and there's between player A and player B, and player B's from Bama, Roll Tide, I take player B.
Okay, so he could go here then.
Again, I call Alabama, they're like AAA NFL football.
Yeah.
They're the closest. They're very good. I mean, a lot of those SEC teams, they're good, but Alabama's just, they're a machine.
Yeah, I had Barmore going later in the round, right here, right before the Steelers. Was it? Right after the Steelers, the Browns, in fact, or the
Jags. The Browns too.
Yeah, but I tell you, it could happen.
So we have some Cleveland Browns fans. Who do you think again, it depends. Who do you think the Browns are going to pick as Tampa? The pick's in for Tennessee. Pauly, call it out.
All right. I'm not seeing it yet. They're still blabbering away on the ESPN set, but either they're missing the pick or not.
I think they should go ahead. I agree. I like the edge rusher, Rob. You got to get after the quarterback.
I think. I like
my dream college football mashup right now would be 19 LSU against 20 Alabama, and who would win that? If you could put those two teams together on like 2nd and 10 or something like that.
You can, because there's sports sims. That's what makes that hobby so wonderful.
Yes, it does. Okay. No, they're still chatting away. I'm not seeing any movement on Goodell's part.
I'd like to see him trip and fall.
Yes, I would too. I would laugh my ass off.
Do the Vikings have a next pick?
It's Tennessee.
Yeah. Tennessee, then Vikings, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. After this pick, yeah.
Right, because of the trade.
Yeah.
Right, because it would have been the Jets. The Jets traded up.
Right.
They made that pick, and we were like, what? And then thank you, Mac Jones, coming to us. So we were very happy about that.
Okay, still waiting for Roger to descend upon the runway here. I've seen somebody walk, but I can't make out who it is. It's got to be Goodell. And Goodell's stopping, talking to a Tennessee fan who just happens to be on the runway.
I think when they've been
Farley to Tennessee, I don't think that happens. I just don't think so. Who did you say, Anthony?
I thought Farley or Murray.
Farley. Okay.
I think the Vikings will grab an edge rusher next.
I definitely think if he falls that far, yeah. But we'll see.
I hope.
Okay, they're still
Vikings
BSing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
being a Buccaneer fan, we used to play the Vikings twice in a season, so kind of happy we only play them occasionally now.
Here are my teams, Rob.
Oh, Anthony's a huge Vikings and BYU fan.
There you go. We're a little closer. Kalen Farley is the pick.
Wow.
Virginia
You had it,
Tech.
Anthony.
He got that exactly right, man.
Anthony, good job.
Oh, it was a good job,
They
Eric.
went defensive back.
Yep.
And,
Virginia
they
Tech.
had a need there, and
Yeah.
he's
So
one of the DBs that got COVID too. Didn't he just test positive for COVID?
Where did he play? What
Virginia
school?
Virginia Tech.
Oh, Virginia Tech guy too. Really?
That was. Remember, you were talking about Washington. When in doubt, they usually take a Virginia Tech guy, and I thought they might.
Yeah.
It was
Corner.
We were talking Darrisaw though, because they need an offensive lineman. But he's another Virginia Tech guy there.
And now Vikings, good Lord, they could go all sorts of ways. They could go edge rusher. They could go. Darrisaw's still on the board, and let's see, he was number 16th pick for me. That high.
I'm thinking Darrisaw will go to the Jags, man.
He could.
And that'd be a great pickup for them. Get your
But can you
QB in
imagine?
your,
Can you imagine Darrisaw and Wilson? You know, he can protect Wilson his first year. I don't know. They have
The Vikings are up next, right?
Right,
Yeah.
because the Jets traded
That's
up.
right.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. It's a Vikings. It's
Anthony,
a Vikings. That's right. It's
You're a
not-
huge Vikings fan. We're picking at. What do you want them to do?
edge rusher, Perkins.
Okay. Who?
Perkins,
Perkins? Okay.
Oklahoma.
Oh yeah, that was mentioned in the chat. Perkins from Oklahoma. I think that was Bud W. No, I think Big Clue, I think. Someone mentioned it and I apologize. I don't remember.
Vikings.
Big clue.
Wow. Man, oh man.
So edge rusher. Okay, Anthony. If they don't take an edge rusher, who's your second thought process?
Trevor Lawrence. Oh,
Darrisaw.
yeah. If they don't take edge, they got to get Darrisaw.
I agree.
Okay. Lineman. Yeah. Okay. So
It's got to be one of those two.
so you're happy with either pick, more happy with the edge rusher.
Yes.
Okay. Because you're a Vikings fan. The draft is fun for me because I got the Patriots got the I didn't get them, but the Patriots got the quarterback.
That's why they did the Costner movie about draft day, because
I wanna
it
see how
goes
they
so
do
many
it.
directions.
What Rob? I'm sorry.
I want to see how many times the Vikings quarterback got sacked last year.
Oh, good question, Rob.
Let's see.
I'll go to Football Reference. Hold on.
Yeah.
You and I were thinking alike on that, Al.
I'm gonna say 30 plus times.
All right, I will have it
sure.
in a moment. You want to know the Vikings? Correct. Minnesota last year.
I'd go 35.
I'm gonna say 31.
Let's
36.
see.
36. If it's 36, they better get Darrisaw and
39 times.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I thought it was a lot.
Christian Darrisaw.
Get your Darrisaw.
39.
I liked Ed
times.
Rusher before that, but now you two tell me that I like Christian Darrisaw.
I'm looking at Football Reference.
I like Darrisaw better. I like Darrisaw better.
That's a lot of
I'll tell you
times for
something.
Cousins to be on his ass.
To get hit that many times, you got hurried a lot more. He was in all 16 games, Kirk Cousins. I have to give him credit for that. 39 sacks. Wow.
Darrisaw. I'm saying Darrisaw now. I thought maybe they might go edge rusher, but not now.
I think talent wise,
Yeah.
Darrisaw is better than anyone they could get at the edge for sure.
Yeah, I think Darrisaw's the way to go here. I think so. And then 24th, the Steelers. Then we're going to see a running back go. You watch. I think.
Either the Steelers or Bills are the two best.
I think the Steelers go get the first running back. I really do. We'll see. I actually think the Bills are going to pass on a running back the first round. I think they'll take a running back second round. I think
Well,
so.
running backs value in the
Or
NFL
lower.
Yeah, and I'm not agreeing with that because you can still run the. I'm amazed that teams are like, yeah, we got to throw on 3rd and 2.
Yeah.
Really, it amazes me.
Yeah.
2nd and 5 is almost for most teams an automatic passing situation. Mix it up a little bit here.
It wasn't that way in the 80s. It wasn't that way in the 80s.
And I know football's changed. There's certain things where I'm sitting there going, even like say later in the game, you have a 3rd and 4. I'm thinking if I have the ability to run the ball a bit, right? I might bang this to mix it up. Let me try to get a run here. If it's close, I'm going, again, depending. Mind-numbing to me watching teams down on the goal line, right? Let's throw the ball 4 times. What?
Well,
it's like baseball now. It depends too much on the analytics.
Think about it this way. Yeah. If they worried about that much, why is the Seattle coach still even there? Remember, he threw the ball 1st and goal at the 2.
I remember.
At the freaking Super Bowl.
And look.
Thank you.
You put any other coach out there, Dinky, Donkey, whoever you want to out there.
They had the best.
His ass is fired after that.
They had the best short yardage back. They had the beat.
You don't use them.
Yeah.
You just give him the ball.
He's maybe one of 10.
Because they had timeouts too, I think.
Yes. Yeah. He's one of about 10 coaches that gets a pass. And there's only been 55. I'm
going to give you one even better. Talking about teams not running the ball when they should. Again, another miracle by the Patriots.
Yeah.
Against Atlanta, there is 8. What the hell was it? 6. If Chris is here, he'll remember. It was under 8 minutes, I think. If you kicked a field goal in the situation they were in before they went backwards 20 yards, you could have knelt down. I'm not saying to kneel down on the ball, so people don't go nuts in the chat or later on.
We got another.
We got a pick. We'll get back.
And Vikings are going to pick Christian Darrisaw.
Yeah.
Virginia Tech. Another Virginia Tech.
I'm going to tell you something. That's a solid pick. When Rob asked how many times did Cousins get sacked, I will repeat it one more time. I'm going again to Pro Football Reference. 39 times he was sacked.
Two straight Virginia Tech picks too. How about that?
Yeah.
But now it will go back to the 5th or 6th Alabama pick. This is going to be an Alabama pick right here.
You think it's Harris?
It's going to be Najee Harris.
Najee Harris.
Yes.
I think Virginia Tech's the only college other than Alabama to have multiple picks in the 1st round.
I believe you're right.
2 in a row.
Harris would be a good choice. He's a big back. He's a 3-down back. His pass protection's good. He can catch.
They love him.
So
love him.
So what you're saying, Anthony, he can stay on the field. You don't know. It's not one of these deals like when that guy's in, they're not most likely throwing the ball to him. So he's not going to hurt you. He's going to run, pass, block. So excellent.
Look at him at the end. I think
he's the only 1st-round running back.
Oh, I thought so too.
So you're both in agreement with that he's the only running back that's going to be.
I get Eddie N, but I don't think so.
I think they go Harris, but if they don't go Harris here,
Buffalo will take him.
Huh?
Buffalo will take Harris if they don't.
Well, right.
But
what I'm saying is, if they don't take Harris here, they'll take that linebacker. They'll take a linebacker from Notre Dame.
The Notre Dame linebacker. So Steeler fan, aka Matt, Steeler fan 1933, aka Matt's going. Result bias. I would have run the ball too if I was Seattle. Touchdown. Everyone would say, "Wow, great call." The Pats were expecting. He's going to bang it in from there. There's no way he's not banging it in from there. I would have fired. I would have told you the 2 coaches I would have fired on the spot if I was the owner. Pete Carroll, who I don't dislike, and I can't. The coach for Atlanta, who escapes my mind now for that Super Bowl. Again, they could have ran the ball. That guy, look it up. I know they didn't run him a lot. He was averaging, I believe, 6-point-something yards per carry when he did carry the ball against the Patriots. Look it up, folks, because I've done it many a time. Because I was laughing. I was laughing at the stupidity. when someone stupid like me goes, I'm just keeping the ball on the ground. They can't stop this guy. And you know what that coach said after they blew that game? When if you kick the field goal, it's a 3-possession game, and under, you figure they're going to run. And it would be the Patriots would have got the ball back even if you like 6 minutes left or less. You think you're scoring 3 times in 6 minutes? Yeah, maybe, but not. They couldn't even move the ball. The whole momentum changed.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 coaches I would have went down there and went, don't get on the plane because you're fired.
Well,
Plus, you got to get 2 2-point conversions, and that's not an easy deal either.
No, it's not. Unless you're the Action PC football engine against me. Then you get 2-point conversions all the time.
We got another pick. Pittsburgh very quick with this
that's
pick.
a quick one.
Pittsburgh knew who they wanted, whoever this is. It's
It could
probably
be offensive lineman. It could be Jenkins.
it is Najee Harris.
It is.
Yeah.
It
You
is
guys
Harris.
called it. Good job.
Harris.
I was babbling about Super Bowls past.
He fits what Tomlin likes to do with his running game too. That's a hell of a pick.
They've been talking about them for 2 weeks.
And he fits well with their, like you said, Anthony, their system, what they want to do. You know,
Tomlin needs to be in the Hall of Fame after he hangs them up. Hangs up
I
the
don't know
coach's
about
clicker. Tomlin, good win-loss record. That's usually been good enough.
Hey,
Wow.
I can't argue the win-loss record. I question some of his decision-making down the stretch.
Yeah, he's had some blunders, but I think on the win-loss record, that's usually been good enough to get him in.
I think the Jags right here are going to protect Lawrence. They get the next pick, right? Jenkins.
They're going
You like
lineman.
Jenkins?
They're going offensive line.
I think
You don't take the quarterback number 1 just to get him murdered.
right.
And
Now-
You
like,
got to
I,
get him some protection.
and I think he, like you
Now,
guys said,
best player available, I think, is the linebacker from Notre Dame.
but
But I think they take lineman. I think
Right,
they go
because
lineman
it's not-
here.
I think they have to, or they could take Elijah Moore too. Give him another weapon.
Has Barmore been picked yet? Christian
No.
Barmore?
Barmore has not been picked.
I think he's
Okay.
going to Cleveland.
I agree. All signs point that way.
Luke Brown agrees with you, I think, on Tomlin.
Hey, Luke, glad to have you on, buddy.
Well, I tell you what, though, if the Jags take Barmore, you can't argue about that because he can help that defensive line.
Yeah.
But I like the offensive lineman here.
I like offensive line here just out of logic, my logic, because I drafted a number 1 quarterback overall, right?
Yep.
He's going to start day 1.
Exactly.
Unless they sit there and they go, "Oh my God, what did we do?" You know,
Yeah.
say he's horrible. He's not going to be horrible.
Jim L right there says Jax may take Etienne. They actually have a pretty decent running back. Their offensive talent is not the worst in the league by any stretch of the imagination.
No.
Jacksonville has some offensive talent. I think they got to go offensive line here. I don't think they take Etienne. That might be the Bills, like Anthony says, but I don't think. I think Jenkins.
Sports Time Machine, big Steelers fan. I think he's happy with the pick.
I think so.
Of Harris.
He gets that pass that Rob talks about.
And Sean D says Christian Barmore is at the buffet, probably.
We'll see if Jacksonville takes Etienne. I don't think they
How
will.
big is he?
That would be a major surprise with me.
Oh, hello.
Etienne,
It's a Daisy appearance.
Hello, Daisy.
Hey, Daisy.
Daisy.
She wanted some air. Hello, Daisy. She wants some airtime with Papa. She's a good girl.
Sometimes.
Indeed.
I think Etienne is a big reach here. What do you think, Anthony?
Yeah, I think it's either a lineman or receiver. So Jenkins.
I'm gonna if a lineman is not picked,
Okay.
I'm gonna go Barmore just because I think they could make a instant splash right here, but we'll see.
Barmore, the defensive lineman, correct?
Yes, and it's another Alabama guy.
And again, I've said it. When in doubt, take an Alabama guy if he's up there.
But I think they go offensive lineman here.
Jamel, 6 Bama players in round 1.
Befitting the defending national champions.
Sean D. Jacksonville goes
Samuel Cosme.
Steeler fan 1933 aka Matt. I wonder who he roots for. He says, glad to get Harris. It was the most obvious 24th pick in history, unless the Dolphins were to grab him at 18.
Pittsburgh picked him at a flash.
Only 5 Bama players so far, but I agree.
I think he means if they took
Barmore.
Yes.
Which I think Barmore will go first round. Somebody will take him first round.
Chris Anderson says Jags take a wide
from Purdue. I don't think so.
I think they wait something like that. I think it's a second round thing.
I agree.
Because again, I'm not a draft guru. I'm not a guru of anything. I'm just that you took Lawrence number 1. He's going to start day 1. You need to protect your quarterback.
Yeah.
You either get him a wideout or you get him a good lineman.
He's what's going to put fannies in the seats.
Ojulari could be a pick here too. I don't know. Edge rusher, but to me,
I'm surprised how far he's fallen.
I like Jenkins better though here. I think Jenkins is a perfect pick.
I agree.
Oh, he was not from Purdue. He's Ole Miss. Moore's Ole Miss. I thought
do you think
more reason to pick him?
Moore's Ole Miss? Okay.
I'm just looking at
quarterback. Who's a Purdue wide receiver?
Moore. I thought you said was it Moore?
No, it's. I guess I was wrong.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay,
he's Ole Miss. I forgot what the Purdue.
I'm not. Again, I'm just
Rondale. He's Moore too? It's Rondale.
Rondale Moore. Yeah. Okay.
This is Elijah.
Okay.
Ojulari on my mock draft, not mine, but the one I just printed up from someone. They had him going 27th to the Ravens. So
yeah, Jacksonville has a good running back. Yeah, I don't think they go running back.
No.
I really don't.
I go lineman.
I do too.
I don't pick a guy one. Okay, let's look real quick. How many times a Jacksonville quarterback got? Maybe they have a better offensive line than I think. Maybe they do. Maybe I'm wrong. It wouldn't be the first time. Let's go Jacksonville Pro Strategy Football. I mean, they were 1-15. So my thought process is their quarterback got hit
45, 46.
Sacks 44.
44.
So you got to take a lineman. Absolutely.
You got to here.
Garden Minshew, Mike Glennon. They used 2. Jake Luton. They used 3 quarterbacks who got sacked 44 times. You just took number 1 overall out of Clemson, a very good quarterback in my opinion, Trevor Lawrence. You're taking a lineman here. Your quarterback's got, again, if you got sacked 44 times, that means you got hit a lot more than that because you got hurried, you got hit when you were throwing. You got to go, again, lineman here.
Yeah.
Six Alabama players already been chosen. This could be 7. Yeah.
This would be 7. So who did we? All right. Well, okay.
Leatherwood was a surprise.
Yeah, that's right. Leatherwood
was out. Yeah. I go lineman here.
Jenkins.
The one I agree with Rob. 44 times a quarterback got sacked by the Jaguars quarterback. Again, when you get sacked 44 times, that means you're getting hit a lot more. So,
yeah.
All right. Seeing some movement.
You call it out when it's ready, Pauly.
All righty. I don't know what the hell is he doing now. Goodell's sitting in a chair.
Oh, he's such a dick.
Oh, God.
It's all about you,
Bring back Pete Rozelle. That guy knew what he was doing.
Right.
Alvin Pete Rozelle.
They took a running back out of
it was Clemson. It was Etienne. Travis Etienne.
Travis Etienne. I am so surprised. But hey, now 2 Clemson guys. Him and Lawrence together. They stayed together. They stayed together.
Okay. Here's the other thing I don't know. Did they pick up? If Pauly, if you want to look, did they pick up linemen in the off season? Because their offensive line is horrible. And again, I don't know if they probably had injuries and stuff. But how do you guys feel about this pick? Good
That's a
running, he's a
strange
good running back.
I don't like that pick. I don't like that
I
pick.
go lineman.
I don't
I
either.
would've done.
I'm like this. I go lineman, whether it's offense or defense. They've got a running back. They're okay there.
Yeah.
And if you want a skill player, you need a receiver more than a running back.
And if you're gonna get a running back, get one in third round, fourth round. They're there. I mean, this is a terrible pick. This is a bad pick.
Not so much that he's a bad player, just the need of the team.
It's just a bad pick because a running back is
Later.
It's something you can take later.
And the Patriots
Najee Harris. I'm not saying Najee Harris is 10 times better than Etienne,
but
not by any stretch. But look at what Pittsburgh's needs were compared to this team.
Right.
Pittsburgh got a decent offensive line already.
Yep.
This team right here, I mean, they're shredded wheat for the offensive line.
Pauly, if you're able to look up, did they pick up any offensive linemen so far in the offseason with anything?
Oh, I don't know what they're thinking about, Al.
Not been a whole lot of movement yet because most things.
If you're going to pick a lineman, here's where you pick it.
Yeah, you got to.
Anthony, how do you feel about that, Anthony, the pick?
It's head scratcher, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with Rod. Like I said, lineman to protect your franchise, or if you get a skill player, you get to one of the better receivers still. You're still.
If you were going to take. If you
a lineman go offense or defense to go after the other quarterback, but
if we're going to go skill position, what receiver do you think they should have took if they went that way? Play devil's advocate. We like doing that. It's fun.
Oh no, for sure. There they should have taken either the kid from Minnesota, Bateman, who I like is a good long play, or you take the Mississippi kid Moore
at wideout. Yep.
Yeah.
I would have went.
So now we go to Cleveland.
We're just playing if they had take the skill. If there was I would have went lineman there. And again, we'll be curious. Maybe they have a plan that we're going to go out and get offensive linemen. But 44 times sacked.
How do you not protect a quarterback that you just got with your first pick? That was a no-brainer with a team that got sacked 44 times. It's a mind scratcher, like Anthony was saying. It's like
now
I'm looking at their transactions. They signed 2 reserve linemen.
Okay.
But by that I mean practice squad.
Right.
They re-signed 2 of their existing linemen.
Okay.
And that appears to be it.
Okay. I would have drafted an offensive lineman. Okay, Browns pick. Who do we like?
Well, Barmore would be probably the sexy pick here.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, Owusu-Koramoah Moore would not be a bad pick here. Linebacker.
I got to think Barmore.
I like Barmore better here.
Here's what's going to be nice about that. Barmore will occupy 2 blockers every down, and that's going to free Garrett up more.
I like the bar. Then I like you guys. I like the Barmore. Call it out, Big Pauly, when you get it. We'll be quiet even if we hear it first.
The pick is being shown on the big screen. But Goodell is nowhere near the podium yet. I think Cleveland knew who they were going to pick here because they're picking so quickly.
Goodell's like 12 martinis into this now. So
somebody was saying that earlier on Twitter that they thought Goodell was bombing a few in.
I don't think so. He was eating a candy, though. Did you see that? He took a candy out of the jar and was like, choke on it, you bastard.
It's probably an NFL-approved candy bar.
Yeah. NFL approved.
Well, okay, he's got the pick. He's commiserating with a couple of Browns fans. And I will see it come up on the graphic ESPN has here in just. It's got to be Barmore, I think.
Unless they get an edge rusher, Ojulari, but I don't think they go Ojulari.
No,
I don't think they will. I like Barmore.
Cleveland had one of their best seasons last season, so beat Pittsburgh in the playoffs.
10-6.
Starry Steeler fan. So
10-6, 11-5. They went one or the other. They had a good season.
Yeah, Tennessee. Trying to think who they went in the playoffs. Oh, they beat. They lost to Buffalo.
They got Buffalo gave it to them in the playoffs. Tennessee, if they run the ball well and they can do what they obviously they want to do what they can do, they're a tough team. But if they fall behind by 10, it's they can't come back the way they play.
Yeah. Can't be one-dimensional in the NFL.
And I like the way they play because that's the skill set. The young lady has the Brown selection.
Yeah, they're doing more PSA nonsense. Well, there's a time for it, but I don't think this would be a good time. Okay. Crowd is cheering. It is Newsome, Greg Newsome, Northwestern.
Wow.
They took a defensive back.
Cornerback.
Yeah.
This is a surprise.
Where did you guys have Newsome? I don't see him on my.
Well, I had him going to the Dolphins earlier, but
CBS had him going high, had him going to the Panthers at 8.
Am I not looking?
Wow, I had him going to the Dolphins at 18.
I had him as the 5th rated corner on my board.
I had him going 18th, so no. And now the Ravens, oh my gosh. Barmore or edge rusher, Owa or Ojolari. They're going to go defense.
I think they go Barmore.
I think they're going to go with a pass rusher. I think they're going to go with a pass rusher. I like Owa here. I think I like Owa.
Another edge rusher, yeah.
Jason, is that the Rob? Is that Jason?
Jason Owa.
Penn State.
Yeah, okay. I think that's the way they'll go because they want to get kind of back into that mold of where people fear us because we're going to come after your quarterback like we're just some raving lunatics. That's the kind of guy he is. He's one of them. He's a guy that will really go after.
Hello, IDJ.
Hello, ID.
ID Jester like the pick of the running back.
Except Eddie N.
Except there's no offensive line to block.
Yeah, he's not good at pass pro. So
I like the running game too. Don't get me wrong. I think you can run out of.
Ed is a great runner between tackles, but his pass pro is average at best, and he's gotten better out of the backfield, but he's still not up with like a Harris or.
If Barmore doesn't go here,
he
could fall all the way to the Bucks at 32. It wouldn't surprise me.
Oh, good heavens!
Can you?
They don't need him on their D line.
Oh my God!
The Bucks defense was just incrementally improving as the season went on.
Yeah, they did.
So, look what they did to Drew Brees.
Well, look what they did to the quarterback for Kansas City. He ran for 484 yards, and 95% of that was
sideways.
Yeah.
But Kansas City at the time had a depleted offensive line. But still, that's saying something.
That's what it is. When you get to that point in the season, it is what it is. You play with what
you're
you have.
You're healthy. And
that's right.
Can you imagine if the rich get richer here and they get Barmore or one of those edge rushers? Good Lord.
And the other thing with Tampa Bay, once Tom Brady bought into their system and didn't want to throw the ball every freaking down because they were about 50-50 running and passing, slightly more passing. But they ran the ball, especially in the Super Bowl. They beautiful game plan, right?
Yeah.
And that running game, they're only getting in the beginning 3 yards, 4 yards, and then it wore them down. And
they didn't give up. They didn't give up. And
folks here in Tampa are saying the Bucks could go undefeated. I don't buy into that. I think somebody will knock them off. But yeah, if they get a guy like Barmore,
14-2 is there for him. 14-2 is there for him.
It all depends. Anthony will tell you this. He's a football on the health of the team.
Right.
So, but I'm saying,
I'm a Bucks fan, but I try to live in the real world.
No, I don't enjoy
Tampa Bay doesn't really have any weaknesses. I mean, they're solid.
They don't.
No, they're a very good team. All the pickups they made offensively, the defense was good already.
Yeah.
And now you got 2 edge rushers that should be number 1 picks and Barmore. They're going to end up with.
They're going to get someone.
Sweet.
Yeah, they're going to benefit their defense here somehow.
I think so.
And the other thing, Bruce Arians, the coach, didn't step on himself last year.
Which he usually does. You're right.
The offensive coordinator is the former. Oh God,
Byron Leftwich.
Yeah, he was a quarterback for the Jacksonville Jaguars, and he was Marshall in college. Was it Marshall in college?
Leftwich, yeah.
Yeah, but he was solid, good professional quarterback, good mind, understands the game. He calls I'm sitting there going, what a beautiful, because again, Super Bowl, I watched the whole game, obviously. Yep. But I mean, when we were watching on the red zone, I'm watching when Tom Brady bought in to let's not throw the ball 4,000 times, Tom, right? Because we have the talent to do other things. When Byron, he calls a beautiful game. His mind is beautiful when it comes to. I like the way he calls a game. Then they had the talent to do it.
And Arians just got out of the way and let Leftwich do.
That's my opinion, because I've seen when he was with the Colts, and then he went to
Arizona.
You like to get quarterbacks killed, you know.
Yep.
And yeah, the talent's different. So I think Byron Leftwich. I'm sorry, I never can pronounce his name. I like him as a quarterback, and I like him as an offensive. He's going to be a head coach at some point.
The thinking is that maybe Arians goes a year or two more, and they're going to go to the defensive coordinator and put him in as head coach, Walton. We got a pick coming? Nope.
So Baltimore on the board. We think they're going defense, edge rusher, or defensive.
I think they go defense. I think they're going to go. I think they're going to go defensive line. Baltimore could be, but I don't think so. I'm going to go Owa here.
Baltimore's got a lot of options here.
I'm going to go Owa. What about Anthony?
What do you think, Anthony?
Perkins.
Okay.
These teams at the bottom of the first round are going to have a lot of options because of what
there's a lot of good
teams above them chose.
Real good players
still left.
Oh, now we got Goodell.
Any more quarterbacks going
in the first round?
Probably not.
You don't think Trask can go this first round? No.
Trask was picked to go high on this CBS mock draft, but Trask is dropping like a rock too.
Yeah.
Just looking, I think
the only chance he could go is Saints. That's the only chance he can go.
And Baltimore took Bateman, Minnesota, wide receiver.
Bateman. He's a wide receiver.
Okay.
Wide receiver.
I like him.
That was surprising.
Like that pick, Anthony?
I don't like that pick. I like him.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought they had bigger needs.
Yep.
I didn't think their offense was an issue last year.
No, it really
when you got Lamar Jackson quarterbacking, no, I didn't think this was an issue either.
The thing of it is, Jackson has got to trim down how many times he gets hit in a game. He can because I don't care if you're 6'5" and you weigh 275. If you keep getting hit 17 games, 6-8 times a game, the odds are against you making it through the season. That's why he has got to learn to stand back in the pocket or roll out and throw and get rid of the ball, because he takes a lot of good pops, man. He really does. That's the same thing with the kid in Buffalo. He just takes too many stupid hits, man.
And those hits accumulate.
No, he's a
great quarterback.
The Buffalo quarterback who escapes my mind. He reminds me of Steve. What is that?
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen. Sorry. Thank you very much, Jonathan. He reminds me of Steve Grogan so much. He's very mobile, big arm. Before
Grogan could run, especially early in his career.
Yeah, now, Steeler fan brings up a great point. Baltimore has another pick coming up.
Yeah.
So maybe again they're looking at something. We take this guy.
The Chiefs don't have a pick in the first round.
No, they don't.
Ooh,
because they just traded to get the tackle from Baltimore. Ogden, was it?
So that's gonna. We're coming down the stretch here. It's been a lot of fun.
Wow, Saints here, man. I'll tell you.
I agree with you, Rob. Though, if another quarterback's going to get taken, it's
got to be here. It would have to be here, but I don't think so.
No, because I think
they can't take Trask here.
No, it's too high.
The CBS mock draft had them picking Farley, but so many players have moved down that can't happen.
Yeah, I think they'll go. With the linebacker from Notre Dame. He hadn't went yet, has he?
No,
I don't think so.
No, he hasn't.
Okay.
Owasu
And
Kornamoa.
he was a top 15 overall player too.
I think that's where they'll go here. Owasu Kornamoa.
So for Trask,
yes,
I think Trask might go to Denver in the second or maybe third round, maybe.
Well, I think he'll get picked in the second round. I think somebody will pop up and pick him that may surprise us. Maybe a Washington, maybe
How about Atlanta.
Yeah,
Atlanta could do it.
Matt Ryan's getting up there in age.
Yeah,
Minnesota could do it.
He can learn behind Ryan.
But I think when you get that far down, you realize you're not coming out starting. So, you could start behind. Hell, Detroit could take you.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah, Detroit could definitely. I mean, they're sitting with one quarterback and a big question mark behind Goff's name. So who knows?
And Mond is another one of those guys that could go third round.
Kellen Mond. Yeah. I like him. The kid from Stanford scares the crap out of me. Oh my gosh. I think he may not even go get drafted.
I don't get the love that he's getting. I don't see it.
I watched some of his tape, and I'm telling you, he looked like high school stuff. It really did.
Tyson Campbell, cornerback out of Georgia, he didn't go yet, right? I was just looking. I want to make.
I'm pretty sure you're right, Al.
No,
Tyson Campbell hasn't gone yet.
No,
he hadn't went yet. I think they're going defense here, man. I think they got to, and then if they're going to address their quarterback needs, either in free agency or further down.
Of the QBs left, I don't think more than I think only 3 more get drafted, period.
Who is that? Quarterbacks?
Yeah, I think Trask and Mond, and I think Mills will go later.
Yeah.
Hello, Kay.
Do you see Ian Book getting drafted?
Oh, that's a tough one.
No. I don't think
his book pro material though. That's kind of I just thought he was one of those college quarterbacks that fit a system.
I think he's as good as some of the backups out there right now. I just don't think he'll get drafted.
No.
I think he'll go undrafted.
I agree.
I don't think you draft a quarterback to be the back. You know what I mean? I agree.
Right.
I'm not
this
like
high.
You said, he's good enough to play at the level, not maybe as a starter, but I don't think any more quarterbacks are going.
Anthony, Saints linebacker. You like your linebacker? I like Owosu Kornamoa.
I do, and that's one of their needs. They have a need at edge. So really the best. I mean, a 12th ranked overall player. I think I'd go with Kornamoa.
I would, unless you go with Morig. I don't think Morig.
I think they don't need really help in the back. They need a cornerback. Not really a safety.
And right now.
So who are you guys going with?
Linebacker from Notre Dame.
Okay, he's dropped a bit. So
he's dropped a lot.
So you're getting value, in our opinion, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's a
good player and less money.
Yeah, he was projected top 15 pick.
Yeah. They had. I'm just
I had him going 20th to the Bears. Is where I had him going, but.
All right, we'll know the pick in a moment.
Call it out, Pauly, when it's ready.
It is the Saints that kept the pick, and Goodell is saying with the X number pick here, it is Turner.
Defensive end.
Yes.
Out of Houston, Turner.
Wow.
I didn't even have him in my top
I'm just looking
5.
at the screen.
I didn't have him in my top 40. I didn't have him on the top 40.
A lot of overthinking going on in this last part of the first round.
Where did he even go to school?
Houston
University.
Wow.
Slamma Jamma.
Cougar.
Wow.
They
The
don't play a
Packers.
top-notch schedule, do they?
They're in the same league with University of South Florida, so you're right. The American Athletic Conference.
It's not a bad conference. I'm just saying it's
Yeah. I originally had the Packers taking offensive linemen, but being that everything that they've done so far, and we're ripping ties from Rodgers, I definitely think they're going to go defense here, and I think they'll definitely go to linebacker here if they don't go with the edge rusher. But
so
I don't think they'll go offense.
So, Rob, you think the relationship, again, we're just speculating. We're not any insiders. We're having fun with the chat and stuff and enjoying this. You think that the damage is done with Rodgers. He's going bye-bye at some point, and they're going to –
And right now, they're not going to even think about addressing an offensive lineman that he thinks is going to be protecting him. Defense. I'm saying defense all the way.
Interesting stuff.
Oh,
what do you think, Anthony?
I'm still baffled over the Saints pick.
Yeah, me too. That's crazy.
But how many of these picks have been bafflers?
So Turner, Rob, you said you didn't have him in your top 40, correct? No. Anthony, did you have him on your board? We'll say
I ranked each position 1 through 5. He was not in my top.
He's not in the top 5. And again, what's the interesting thing here? We could all be wrong, and I'm not an expert. Houston, they play a normal, what I call a normal football scheduling. They're not playing. I'm going to look up if they. Again, last year's a bit different because of COVID, so it's probably. But
they're not a Power 5 conference,
no, and they're not known for defense. And again, I could look up their stats, and I could be wrong, but
they're like
that's a strange pick to me.
FBS. Yeah.
How about this one, guys? Think about this. The Bears, not known to throw the ball real well. The Lions, not known to throw the ball real well. Vikings love to run a football.
Yeah.
How about Christian Barmore here?
Sticking
right in the defensive line.
Well, here's your thing. Unless you have an immediate, okay, we have a need at this, but what's out there is not, we can get these guys later. Do you go, my thinking is you go best player now. So, and Green Bay probably does have a need for a defensive lineman anyway.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. I like that.
Barmore probably is not the best player available. If I'm going best player available, I'll probably go with Wosu-Koramoah, the linebacker from
Notre Dame.
But Barmore's not far behind.
Or for position in need, you go with Elijah Moore from Ole Miss.
The wideout. They do need a wideout. So
I say they go defense just to spike the hell out of him. You wait and see.
Let's see.
They won't touch offense here.
If they take offense, maybe they're trying
just to spite Rodgers, huh?
Maybe they're trying to. Maybe they're trying to mend the fence. Maybe.
I'm wondering that too. If they do a screw you Rodgers,
here.
I'd like to see a screw you Rodgers. He's a great quarterback, not one of my favorite people.
If I'm Green Bay,
well, today proved all of that.
If I'm Green Bay, I would take Barmore.
Yep.
Just because of our division, that everybody likes to run the ball. But I think the best player available is Wosu-Koramoah. I can't blame them for either one. But
they're both defense. You're taking defense.
One of them's a linebacker, but I would take Barmore.
No, but I'm saying you're taking defense. Anthony might go wide out.
Pauly?
I'm still thinking about them doing a screw you pick here, but
that's what I think could happen, man.
I like the screw you pick.
Yeah,
pick a quarterback, pick maybe Trask out of Florida, and just say, "Hey, Rodgers."
That would be funny.
Hey, screw you.
Hey, Eric,
the pick is in right now, guys. By the way, and I'll know it in a moment.
Can you imagine if
they pick Trask here? I'm gonna.
That'd be funny.
No, they go Eric Stokes out of Georgia, cornerback.
Stokes.
Cornerback out of Georgia Tech or Georgia?
Georgia Bulldogs.
Georgia Bulldogs, yeah.
We're picking them out to barrel now, guys.
Yeah.
He says he has side-to-side shuffle, makeup, speed, tightness. That's nice.
Man,
now, Georgia, though, again, they're playing top-notch teams.
SEC. Can't beat that.
Yeah. But now the Bills, you already said, well, Etienne's gone. Etienne's gone. So
you have the two North Carolina backs, Williams and Carter, or Trey Sermon. Trey Sermon came on at the end of the year.
yeah, but Sermon's not going to be a first-round pick, is he?
No,
I don't think so.
I don't think you need to pick a running back.
Let's do it this way. Buffalo, dumb it down for me. What's their offense or defense? What's their need? In your guys' opinions.
They need defense, but they need a running back most on offense.
Okay.
Defense, somebody come after the quarterback. And the thing of it is, look at that. I mean, right now they're looking at Cam Newton. They're looking at a rookie, and they're looking at Tua. I like Owa. I like Owa here. Owa.
Could Buffalo pick a
edge rush
back here?
What did you say?
Perkins would be a good.
Yeah.
I like
What
Owa.
was it, Anthony?
Perkins would be a good pick for him here. I had him as the third best edge rusher.
I think they got to go DB or RB.
I actually got my second best edge rusher. He hadn't been Ojulari hadn't been picked yet either, has he?
No. I had him as outside linebacker, but he's more like a 3-4 outside linebacker.
But I like.
Is he like a Winovich for the Patriots? Like he lines up on the end and kind of rushes?
Yeah,
he's more athletic.
More athletic?
Yeah.
You just don't like the Patriots. I understand.
No, I liked Winovich. I thought he was a college linebacker.
I like Owa here. I like Owa because I just think running back need can be addressed second,
later.
third, fourth.
In your opinion, later. Yeah. I just wanted to dumb it down for me. Yeah. That's all. Exactly. I know you guys have your sheets. I just wanted to dumb it down for Al.
But hey, man, the last 4 or 5s made us all look dumb because I mean they've just
no. I don't mean it that way. I want to know like what your thoughts. We have fun with these last few.
These last few picks have made us all look crazy because none of us picked anything. Any of this stuff.
We were hot in the beginning.
Yeah,
we did all right. I like Owen.
But all these teams down in the draft are going to get higher value for their picks, like Buffalo, Baltimore, and Tampa Bay.
Bud Williams says another dumb pick.
Chris Anderson says Ojulari. He likes Ojulari here. I don't mind that pick either, Ojulari here, but I think Owa goes here.
And like Kayfabe, sorry.
Screw you, Rodgers.
He's in my camp saying screw you, Rodgers.
Wow.
Yeah, Rodgers, he's either going to play for another team next year. He's going to retire.
I think he's going to stay there. I can't see the trade. I would love it. We just traded you to a really crappy team for a bag of bolts. We just traded you to
remember a little while ago, we were talking about the Ravens taking Barmore. They got the very next pick.
At 31,
They can still get Barmore. That's crazy.
Okay, here, if he doesn't go in the first round, Barmore, because we talked about is that a shocker?
The Bucks, yes, but I think the Bucks will take him. One of them three will take him.
And the Bucks would be getting a steal getting Barmore.
Yeah, talent-wise, it's a shocker, but he's always had a rap of not going 100% every play.
Oh, okay.
When he does, he's a beast. But
gotcha.
Yeah, he is. And if he's on a team with Tom Brady, they're not going to give him a whole lot of breaks.
No.
Oh, Brady himself will go on his ass.
Yeah, you're damn right. So I'm willing to bet Barmore will not get past the first round. Tampa won't let that happen.
Okay.
Tampa won't let that happen. But the Bills here, man, oh, man. I like Owen.
Bill's pick is in, and then I'll go to hopefully I remember my thought. But call it out, Pauly, when it's ready, please.
They are still at the ESPN set as of this moment. So
Tim Tebow worked out with the Jaguars at tight end. I love him.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, I was going to mention that.
I loved him.
What do you guys think of Tebow as a tight end wide receiver?
He's an athlete.
He's stacked. He is stacked. It's
I think he could play H-back and
get the ball. I don't know.
Anthony, sure. I think he's a nice. You know what? I hate people. Oh, he's too nice of a guy. Really? I like him. I don't care.
Should you be like Pac-Man Jones and just be a total screw up then? I mean, how are you too nice of a guy?
No, but that was again. I don't want to make it, but it was he causes a distraction. Really?
Well, And I think people thought that he was going over the top with his religious stuff, but
That's the way
who
he
he is.
is.
That's who he is, though. You know. So who cares?
We'll have a quick little discussion at the end of again, if I remember, just about if he was drafted now, they would have said they messed him up like people mess up people with golf swings. Throw the ball this way, do this, do that. Let him play the game. All right, here we go.
We got Goodell. He's making another stop at a reclining chair. I love how these reclining chairs appear in one pick and then they disappear in another.
I just caught on with what they're doing a couple of while back, and I feel bad I made fun of one because I didn't know what they're just honoring people, and that's
yes.
I actually think that's really nice now because at first I didn't know what they were doing because I wasn't paying attention. So I think that's really nice what they're doing. So
they honor the people who have been working in the COVID effort, and that's very, very nice. And it's Russo out of Miami.
Oh, Gregory Rousseau.
Yeah,
Gregory Rousseau. He's a defensive line. He's an edge rusher too.
Yeah. So he's 6'7", 260. He's got great length. He's kind of a project, but he could be an elite pass rusher.
But
he's from Miami.
So he's got good length,
right?
And you want that in an edge rusher, those big, those arms to get out there, grab on, put your arms up. Oh, he's a tall.
Yes.
He's 6'7". He's
6'7". Well, 6'6" and 5/8 they have him on ESPN.
I'm going to tell you something.
Which is 6'7".
Guy who has a nice, well, I'm not saying that. The first guys who all got picked were like, he has a happy smile. I like when a guy has a happy smile.
You know what, though? Ravens did. Or I'm sorry, Bills. Duh.
Bills, yeah.
That was the Bills.
Yeah.
You like this pick, Anthony?
No, I do. I had that as their third biggest need. So and again, I think he's got great potential with his length. One thing he needs to do a little better is play with a little lower pad level, especially at the next level.
So they don't get under him, right? On the run or something, or even just pass blocking. So he's like too straight up sometimes, you're saying?
He does a good job with his punch. Again, it's just keeping the pad. I mean, that's an issue for any tall D lineman.
Okay. Well, go ahead, Rob.
I don't mind the pick. I said I thought they would go edge rusher.
Edge rusher. You just had a different edge rusher.
So they did that.
So what is wrong with the kid from Notre Dame?
Notre Dame or Alabama?
There must have been something that came up with him.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not an expert, but I'm just watching how far.
Every draft has winners and losers.
Here's my question. I got to look. Is Chris, if you're still in the chat, Chris Anderson, when's the next Patriot pick coming up in round 2?
Because tomorrow for sure. Because
right. But I'm saying
just it tonight.
Because the Patriots must be licking
15th tomorrow.
15th. I don't think some of these guys are going to last that long. But
no.
I was going to say if they might be licking their chops if they had a little. Oh my God, we got some of these guys falling to us.
And I think tomorrow we go down to 5 minutes of picks, so they're not going to have a lot of time to mess around.
Ravens right here. Barmore or the kid from Notre Dame. I just think that's just, to me, one of the two. I think they got it.
So do you think the possibility Baltimore takes the
Barmore
and then Tampa Bay takes the kid from Notre Dame, possibly?
Maybe. But I think it's more likely they may take the linebacker from Notre Dame.
And then Barmore to Tampa.
Bucks will go to Barmore.
Okay.
I think that's a way to fall, but we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know why he's fallen. One knock was that he's not great at taking on blocks.
Thanks, Chris.
So that could be it. Maybe I don't know how he did at the combine, but he could have had bad strength numbers too.
Maybe none of Owosu's teammates didn't come to his birthday party like on draft day. I love that. I love that. That's a good movie. That's a good movie. Yeah,
it's been fun. I just want to do the quick Tim Tebow thing. Okay, I equated, and Chris Anderson and I were talking this when he told me, and he says, "Well, he's going out for a tight end." I was, "Oh yeah, I'm happy for him." If he came out and was drafted in these past years, I'm not saying he's going with the stats he had, right? They fooled around too much with the way he threw the ball. Let the guy because the way the game's played now, he would have been better off. That's all I'm saying. You can't, like when I used to golf, and I was not a good golfer, but I golfed to have fun. I had cousins trying to tell me how to golf, friends trying to, it messes your head up. if they do this, do that, just let me do my thing. Just let me.
He did have some of the worst mechanics I've seen.
I'm not disagreeing.
But he also
they
had a winning record. He had a winning record.
I know. But you see, they never gave him. Was he a good? All I know was he would be like, I'll even say at times not good, and then he'd make 2 plays, they win the game, and they go, well, they kicked a field goal to win the game. Well, he got him in position to kick the field goal.
Well, do you want to compare him to a player who's in the league now? It's Taysom Hill.
It's who? I'm sorry.
Taysom Hill.
For New Orleans.
New Orleans, yes.
Guy who could play anywhere, like Jim Jensen of the Dolphins used to.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good comparison, Anthony.
That's always been Hill's knock, is his throwing was subpar for a quarterback. But
so now, do the Saints keep the kid Winston to be their quarterback, or Hill, or do they go out? I mean, what do they, or do they
Winston,
go second or third day and get Trask?
I think they're going to let those two compete.
Yeah, Winston can throw the ball. He has a bad habit of throwing interceptions. They have to corral that in. He has talent, and he looked better with the Saints the few times I saw him when he got the opportunity to play. They might do like they did. They just shuffle the guys in and out and play that weird kind of hybrid when we want this. And I don't think either one of those guys would complain because you're playing. I'm not saying it works everywhere. They might turn around and go, we have 2 quarterbacks and we'll use them in the appropriate situation.
Yeah.
Now, that being said, that doesn't usually go over well with quarterbacks.
Did you see what Matt just typed out?
Yeah. What was that? I'm sorry?
Look what Matt just typed.
That's
kind of spot on, though.
Are you sure you're left-handed?
Well, let me tell you something. I bet they wish they had Tim Tebow quarterback and the crap they've had in the past years.
Well, Tebow could do a lot of things if he doesn't get back into football. I mean, he just made it to the Mets AAA team not too long ago. He could do TV. He could probably do.
I was telling Chris, one of my favorite Tim Tebow stories. He's playing ball in the Mets organization, right? And, people come out to see him, whether he hits, strikes out. They want to see Tim Tebow, right? So it would annoy the coach. And I kind of get it, but it's Tim Tebow. The manager would get annoyed because he'd stay after and sign. People want autograph. He was very polite. And he said, hey, Tim, we got to go and blah, blah. It's like, okay. So he's signed with guys waiting to get an autograph. And the poor older gentleman collapses. Tebow says, I will stay here and pray with you until the ambulance comes. The manager's like, and he wouldn't leave. That's Tim Tebow. That's who he is. The other great story. I forgot who the Florida player was, the Gator player, but he went to the pros. I don't remember who it was, but they're interviewing him on ESPN, and they're trying to. Well, is Tim Tebow really like that? And he was more of a party guy, and I wish I could remember who it was. And they must have thought he was going to say something that was shocking, and he goes, "I'm going to tell you who Tim Tebow is. I was driving somewhere." And I see Tim Tebow's car parked at the park. And I look over it. What's he doing? He's playing football with the kids, right? I come back about 2 hours later. I actually pulled over because what's Tim Tebow doing? Playing football with the kids. And he goes, and I got out and I played, I played a little bit with. He goes, the kids. He goes, that's who he is. He goes, he is who he is. It's not an act. That's where the guy goes. That's who he is. I love that story.
Yeah, I saw a good joke on Twitter the other day and said something about Tim Tebow. What's his best attribute? And said something about supermodel. I wasn't saying. Now, what was that? What was the best thing he's good at? And it said something about supermodel drawing or something, drawing supermodels to him or something. Something to the effect that it wasn't anything he ever played. It was just drawing the women.
Yeah, but he was a excellent college player.
It was not. Didn't he win 2
national championships?
One Heisman.
One Heisman. Could have won it a second.
Okay.
I think the year he won the Heisman, they didn't win the national championship.
You're right.
The year they won the national championship, he didn't win the Heisman. Yeah, he won the Heisman.
I think his junior year he won the national championship.
Oh, we got Baltimore's pick in, guys.
I like your linebacker here.
Yeah.
Owen of Penn State. Jason Owen.
Edge rusher.
Edge rusher. Yep. Oh, well.
Okay. So we just got Tampa Bay left, and that's it for tonight.
Well, I had a lot of fun.
I've had a lot of fun,
Yeah, it
too.
was good stuff, man.
And I hope everyone else did. So
And here's where Tampa Bay picks Barmore.
I think so. But
So while we wait, of the guys that are going to fall out of the first round, what's the biggest surprise? For me, it's probably
Owusu-Koramoah.
if he falls
the
out.
Notre Dame
for sure.
linebacker.
Huh?
The Notre Dame linebacker.
Yeah.
We can't pronounce his name.
Or if you really want a big surprise, Davis by Washington going 19th.
The pick.
linebacker.
Yeah.
He was a big
Yeah.
surprise.
Yeah.
Kentucky linebacker. I mean,
That's another. But you know what? You don't know, but we just, like we said, we don't know. But I always look at who.
where he played. Yeah. Yeah. How many big plays did he make against Alabama?
And again, I don't.
Right.
But that's what I look at. Maybe he did. Maybe they, they're watching. This guy was good. He stopped them from losing 70.
Didn't make enough to win.
Yeah, but that's the other players. So it's interesting because there's some names.
Yeah.
I was like, whoa.
So, and as of right now, too, no safeties, no defensive tackles picked in the first round.
We still have.
I won't be surprised if a safety gets picked here. Morrig.
Morrig is the only safety that was really first round talent.
Yeah,
so.
I think he can get picked here but I really like I like Christian Barmore here. I
do too, and the Bucks had a need there.
Yeah,
some depth on the D line.
I like Barmore.
Another dream match. Put the 02 Bucks against the 2020 Bucks. See who wins.
How about this, guys? Each one of us say where Rodgers will start week 1.
Oh boy,
Al.
I say, as much as if I was the Packers, I'd be like, we just traded you to the Edmonton Eskimos. Enjoy.
Oh, we got the last pick in already, guys.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
So yeah,
We'll
Tampa
do
Bay
that,
didn't
Rob,
waste
after
any.
the last pick.
Tampa Bay didn't waste any time. I think they know who they wanted.
Could be
They might be an
Barmore.
offensive lineman, but I don't think so. Either
Seeing
Ojo.
Pirate ships, and I'm seeing Joe Tyron, Washington linebacker, which is who CBS had them
Edge
picking in the
rusher.
mock draft.
Oh, he's another edge guy, and that I had that as their second need. So yeah, it's not a bad pick. So Barmore out of the first round. That's kind of surprising.
Barmore falls out. That's not the biggest surprise to me.
No, because he's a defensive lineman.
Yeah,
it's not a like Anthony said, a defensive lineman in the NFL interior, you occupy people, which is important because that frees up a tackler, your linebacker or whatever. I think. Do you think Barmore will go? I think he goes early second round or no?
Yes.
Depending
Probably,
on yeah.
probably first 5 picks of the second.
And
Actually,
Jenkins didn't go to the first round either, did he?
Nope.
Offensive lineman.
hey Al,
yes,
did you highlight Sean D's last comment? Because this is
Sean
the
D.
biggest surprise for me.
Sean D's last comment.
I had a blast missing all in order for this.
Thanks for being with us all night, Sean. I know
The
you
biggest
were here quite a
surprise
while.
for me is that Sean watches Law and Order.
Oh,
Bonk, bonk.
okay. Rob asked a question. First, I'd like to thank everybody in the chat. That was fun. We had at one time, I think 20-something people watching and then bouncing in and out. We had a fun time. So thank you everyone in the chat. Rob, Anthony, Big Pauly, thank you. Rob, you asked the question. Say it again, please. About Aaron
Rodgers.
Yes.
Week 1 this season. Where is he playing? Week 1.
Big Pauly, you first.
Las Vegas.
I'm gonna say Green Bay still.
I'll let you go last. No, don't go yet. Don't go yet. I'm gonna say Green Bay too. Just because.
No, he's burned too many bridges, man. He has really burned way too many bridges.
But here's my. Do you think? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and say what you think.
I'll tell you why I think he'll be there. I think that they're just so over him now that they asked for a king's ransom for a trade for him. So I don't think they're going to part on that, and they're just going to say, nope, you stay here. And play
I think if that San Francisco trade was legit,
I think he's going to San Francisco still. That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say he goes to San Francisco. San Francisco is going to get. I mean, they're going to get have to get rid of Lance some kind of way. He's going to end up going somewhere else, or Lance and Love will be fighting it out. We can see what happens. But
so why not Jimmy G to Green Bay and then Rodgers tutors Lance for a season? If that's
but again, that they had supposedly that was a trade. I would have done that trade in a heartbeat if I was Green Bay.
Yeah.
If you're that much pissed at Rodgers and want to move, plus his age, I would have moved him.
he's went public now, though. You see, that's the thing with me. If he wanted to stay put, he could have shut his mouth.
Yes.
He could have let it be status quo, bye-bye. Nobody knows I'm pissed off. But now he's made it public. I don't want to play there now. People in Green Bay don't even probably want your ass there if you're like
Chicago. They would never trade him to Chicago.
Oh, no. I don't see him going to Chicago.
I either say he goes to the 49ers or he goes to the Raiders. I think it could happen. I really do. Great. The thing of it is, the ball's in his court.
Yeah.
They don't have to trade him. No. But he doesn't have to play. And that's the thing. Can you imagine if they started this season and get 0 for him and he decides to sit and they didn't get no first-round picks or nothing like that? He's in his last year of his contract. I'm telling you, because he could retire tomorrow.
Here's the thing. Again, if that San Francisco trade offer was legit, I would have took it in a heartbeat.
Yes.
If it was legit. Again, this is fun speculation, so it was great. And I mean, they could still do it, the trade, but I think he's going to be in Green Bay. Say San Francisco, Anthony, Green Bay. You said Raiders. It's all fun stuff.
More important, over under on the number of State Farm commercials he makes this year. 3 over under
7.
I'll throw a 5 in
4.
there.
So we're all going with the over.
How about 7? What do you go with?
Huh? No, under if you say 7.
Go under.
Oh, 7. I'm going to go under 7.
This guy can throw them out there week by week. He can throw the ball.
He's good at them. He's good at them.
Yeah, throw the ball over the fence and make a dog chase it. And no chance, right?
So awesome stuff. Lots of fun. Some intriguing things. I thank you, first of all, gentlemen. I really enjoyed the draft. I haven't watched it. You know what? It was a great draft. The Patriots got Mac Jones. I think Mac Jones, I'll just speak a little bit about that. Tom Brady go. So, and I said it. I don't care. I like Tom Brady.
What team didn't have anything to do tonight? The Chiefs? Were they the only team?
Chiefs didn't have a pick.
Traded.
But
they traded for the tackle Baltimore had.
They were the only team. Okay. All right. Well, Chiefs
the Rams
didn't have
too. Anthony is right. Rams too.
Well,
anyway,
Chiefs didn't have about a first round as Washington had.
Mac Jones, seriously, great pick for the Patriots.
I agree.
I think he starts if he shows stuff in exhibition. Again, Anthony will tell you practice games, exhibition, vanilla offenses, vanilla defensive. But if he shows you something, I'd like to see him start right away. Me personally, I think Trevor Lawrence. I'm just going to talk about the quarterback because I know a little bit about these quarterbacks. I think Trevor Lawrence is. I agree with you guys. He's starting day one.
Yes.
And I think the Jaguars better go out and get some offensive linemen. Unless they had, again, I didn't look at injuries from last year. Maybe the people they're bringing back are, you know what I'm saying? I didn't look at that stuff. But I was shocked they did not take the lineman with that other pick. Zach Wilson with the Jets. I'm going to let Anthony talk about that, and then everyone else can go. We'll just go around with the, what are your thoughts about? I feel, but I'm joking, but I'm not, because
they have no other options but to start him week 1. Yeah. And you know what? He's going to struggle out of the gate because he's going to try and do some stuff he did in college he's not going to get away with. I think by the end of the season, he'll be settled in, and they're not going to have a winning record, but they'll improve.
Agreed. I think 4 out of the 5 start the season, and I think Wilson is one of them. Wilson and Lawrence.
Lawrence, Wilson,
both start.
Mac Jones.
Yes.
And who's
Lance won't.
Oh, and the Ohio.
Lance the only one that won't.
Lance won't, but Fields in Chicago. I think he starts week 1.
I agree.
Again, with Fields in Chicago, if he beats out Trubisky, if Trubisky's still there or whatever, they should start him, because we've seen what Trubisky is. Yeah. And if you're a Bears fan, and again, I'm not knocking. Would you take him as a backup for the? Yeah, I'm not going to say I don't want him, but if the other guy beats him, you play that guy.
And they still have, don't they still have a Super Bowl MVP too?
Foles.
Yeah, Foles is still there too.
I would keep Foles and get rid of Trubisky.
I would too. I would get rid of Trubisky. Foles has proven to be a good backup. He's always been a good backup.
I'll just, again, Anthony is a coach and stuff. I'll throw out to everyone. What's the worst case scenario? We'll use Chicago. The young quarterback, he's struggling in a game. What does Nick Foles do good? Hey, baby, come off the bench, man. Mm-hmm. Come on, gunslinger. Doesn't mean he's going to be your starter next week. Just, again. And then if things happen and you're winning with one guy, you do it. I think with the young quarterbacks, let them play, especially in certain. You got to play Lawrence.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Trubisky's gone. It's Andy.
Did we miss that?
I forgot about that. They've got Dalton.
They got Andy Dalton now.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah. Who played for Dallas last year. Now he's up in
Andy
Chicago.
Dalton still has talent.
Thanks. I totally spaced out.
I forgot about. I didn't even know.
Better, so
it's more fun to make fun of Mitch Trubisky. So you have a quarterback competition. Probably now Dalton's going to win that out and start, but they just ruined everything because I had all these Mitch Trubisky jokes, and now I can't. Should have done my homework.
Then Jones, the easy thing for him to say is let the MVP from 2017 start for New England. I don't think so, though. I really think Mac Jones comes in New England and starts week 1. Now, I think the pressure is going to be on him if he does, but the way Cam Newton played last year, he was sloppy.
I like Cam Newton. He gave the team the best he could. And Chris will tell you this. I like Cam Newton. They got Cam Newton. I said, hey, we got Cam Newton. We're going to play. They went 7-9 with Cam Newton. Mm-hmm. Okay. The defense, they were blown out in one. Okay. There was one game they couldn't win. They almost beat the Chiefs. And if they didn't run those two, everyone in America knew Cam Newton was going to take the ball down on the goal line. Good God. There's a time maybe a play action fake on a prior down might have helped. But if Mac Jones can play, again, you draft these guys high. This is the first round. They need to contribute. You went 7-9, and the quarterback you didn't want, right, won the Super Bowl. Belichick wants to win. They went out and got offensive. They picked up a lot of good offensive players. Now they need someone to get them the ball. So.
What was the record within division last year? Do you know that? Did they go like 2-4? I don't think it was very good.
They were 7-9 overall.
I want to say 2-4 in the division.
Where's the expanded?
May have been 3-3.
I'm looking at the Patriots depth chart though, and Mac Jones might have had more talent around him at Alabama at the skill position.
Yeah, I agree.
How come it doesn't give you here. It doesn't expand it. I don't know why I can't expand it when it does wins in the division.
Let's see.
They went 1-1 with Miami. They went 0-2 against the Bills, which leaves
they beat
the
Jets
Jets
twice.
And they beat the Jets twice. Yes,
So
so they went 3-3.
Yeah.
3-3 in the division.
So I'll give you it right. I should just went right to the. Okay, Buffalo hammered them next to last game of the year. They lost by 10 to Miami late in the year. They crushed the Chargers, held on to beat Arizona, lost in a tight game to the Texans. Again, not a really good. Ravens was a close game, and they won. Excuse me, they beat the Ravens, beat the Jets, lost a close one to Buffalo. San Francisco handled them pretty easily. They were in the game for a bit, but I never had the feeling they're going to win. Denver, that was a horrible loss. That was a close one. Kansas City, 26. They lost 26-21. Beat the Raiders. Seattle, they were in that game too, 35-29. And Miami, they beat Miami opening day. So again, not a bad team.
But another thing you got to look at, the Jets are improved. They got to be better. Their quarterback situation is better right now. Miami, I don't know if Miami is any better or not, but I think the division's a little tougher this year than last year because the Bills haven't done anything to hurt themselves. They're a good team. The
Bills are a good team. Yeah. Again, you have to see everyone play. Before we go,
really all the Bills needed was a running back, and they're going to get that in the second round. They'll get a serviceable running back then.
Oh yeah, they will. They'll get a.
I mean, does Cleveland go 11-5 again?
At least. I think I say at least.
Yeah, I'd say 10-6.
Yeah, so they're going to be around there.
I don't think 11 is good. I don't think
11 wins.
Then you have, and then again, Pittsburgh won the division. Roethlisberger is old again.
Yeah,
right.
Roethlisberger. People say Baltimore's the toughest team in that division, but my God, when you run the ball 65% of the time, Cleveland could throw the ball. Cleveland could get the ball right down the field. I really think they're capable of going 4-2 or 5-1 in this division. I really think they can. They're better than the Bengals.
If there's a team that drops off in that division from what they did before, you think it's Pittsburgh?
Yes,
I agree.
Because Pittsburgh had that strong start last year, and they just barely made the playoffs, and then they got in the first round.
They were undefeated.
5-1.
They were the last undefeated team, I think. Whereas not Pittsburgh.
That's right. But the doors fell off so fast with Pittsburgh. So, yeah.
And in the NFC, just watch out for Tampa. I mean, somebody, was it Big Pauly mentioned some people been talking about them going 16-0. Won't happen.
No.
But man, 14-2 is possible for that team.
Well, they play 17 games now.
So that's right. 14-3 or 15-2 is
the 17-game schedule starts this year?
Yes.
Okay.
They took one away from their
preseason exhibition, whatever the hell they call it.
Like the Bucs picked up the Colts to play this year.
They got another edge rusher. Like they need. I mean, the rich gets richer. With that pick just now. I think if there's a blowout division, it's an NFC South because Atlanta's not as good.
No.
And the Saints can't hang with them. I just don't think so. Not for a 17-game schedule. I just don't think so. And Carolina's in a rebuild. So
they're in a good spot.
I think Carolina will be last in the South.
Carolina should be last in the South anyway. If they're not, then some heads need to roll with those other two places, either in Atlanta or because, Sam Darnold's got a good running back. And what did they get tonight? The Panthers they got a cornerback,
right?
But they don't really have they don't have a lot of good wideouts, but they get a good running back, and now they got Darnold.
What are your thoughts? And then we'll leave pretty soon. I'm just looking at the
all right.
What are your thoughts on the NFC West? I mean, San Francisco should be better. They had a lot of injuries. Arizona was 8-8. They have the young quarterback is like
Seattle's got to be better than they were.
A
Seattle,
poor man's version. I hate saying it. He's a step down version of Mahomes. Not as good, obviously, Kyle Murray, but he can make some plays.
Yeah,
he's being out here.
Yeah,
I think he's a smaller version of Lamar Jackson.
Okay,
I think he tries to run too much. Okay. But to me, I think Seattle's got to be better this year. They got to be better this year. They cannot be as bad. They where they go like.
Seattle went
9-6, 9-7.
No, they were 12-4. Seattle was 12-4.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, but the Rams embarrassed them in that first round.
The Rams beat them in the first round. But Seattle, I know what you're thinking because they were not impressive 12-4.
No, they weren't.
No.
They weren't. Their defense didn't go down and beat down people, and their quarterback, he didn't just take control of the games. He played well. But man, oh man, it looked like every game was a struggle for that team. I think they're going to be a better team now. They may not go better than 12. They still may be 13-4 or 12-5, but it all depends on what the 49ers do with that quarterback situation. If they have their quarterback situation right, nobody's better than the 49ers in that division. That's my opinion.
Anthony, you're going to talk about Arizona, and then we'll wrap it up.
No, I'm just going to say out here. You see him on the sidelines, and when things are going bad, I don't see good leadership skills for Murray.
Is he a sulker?
He is a sulker, and then the other thing is, as the year went on, teams adapted to him and they took away that run threat. Yeah. So I don't think he's exciting. I just don't think he's a Super Bowl quarterback.
Gotcha. Well, I think the Patriots are going to be an interesting year. We'll see how the quarterback does.
Stafford. How about Stafford?
There's a lot of interesting stuff. It's going to be an interesting NFL year. 17 games. Mitch Trubisky's in Buffalo now. They're going to win the Super Bowl. And I do like, yeah, if he's quarterback and they're not. Anyway, I had all these Mitch Trubisky jokes for Chicago. I didn't even realize he wasn't there anymore. That's okay. When I think of Pat Hayden and Mitch Trubisky, or I say their name, Joe Namath pops out. I'd rather talk about Joe Namath. So, anyhow, thank you everyone in the chat.
Thank you.
I had a great time. Thank you. Rob, explanation point. Tell us about your channel. We should have done that right off.
My channel right now is a little bit numb because we don't have a whole lot going on right now. But we're gonna get back into payoff pitch baseball. 2019 Philadelphia Phillies replay. We're at about 95 to 100 right now, right in that area. So we got about 70 games to go. And the Phillies actually have a winning record by about 7 or 8 games. So they're playing pretty well, playing better than they are in actual life now. And Bryce Harper did not get hit in the face yet on my replay.
Oh, boy. That was a terrible shot to watch.
Big Pauly, tell us about your channel.
Well, I just wanted to say that we now have a Facebook group going on with my endeavor. It's just look up Big Pauly's World of Sports Sims on Facebook. You'll find it. And tomorrow I'm going to do the Action PC football unboxing. I'll take a little look at that. And I'll be kind. Don't you worry.
Excellent. Anyway, please check out Big Pauly's World of Sports Sims and Rob Explanation Points channel. Anthony, creator of Glory Days Boxing. That can be purchased on SidelineStrategies.com if you have interest, and you should have interest because it's card and dice and it makes everything nice. Best boxing game out there. Junior set coming out soon with some more fight. Dillian White. I was so excited to see Dillian White, who's turned into one of my. I like him.
You like him?
I like him for some reason.
He'll never be champion, but he'll be a good contender, gatekeeper guy. So. But yeah, I think the new set will be fun. It's limited, so most everyone is good. So yeah, I think it was kind of fun to rate this set.
Tremendous, so many fun fights, and I gotta make time for it. Just so many fun fights. So
many possibilities with that Glory.
With every set. What's going on with the channel? You're doing you're doing a baseball replay. Dead ball. It's a lot. Have we complete? I don't think you're done with that.
I'm not. I've been super lazy with streaming, but yeah, I'm doing 1908 pennant chase with Fall Classic. But yeah, I've been busy with the boxing game, and I've also been working on the college football game too. I want to try and get.
We're very excited about that, and I know down the line, wrestling. I love
wrestling. Yep.
I ordered Billy Graham's book that he wrote a few years back. Oh Christ, I can't remember the name, but it's coming Monday or Tuesday. I'm very excited about that. Superstar Billy Graham.
Superstar.
Too sweet to be sour. The man of the hour. Superstar Billy. I love Superstar Billy Graham. So anyhow, thank you very much, everyone. Please check out these wonderful channels. Check out Glory Days Boxing. Hope you enjoyed our draft show. I want to thank these three fine gentlemen. I had so much fun tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Health and happiness. Stay safe. Be smart. Treat people the way you want to be treated. And just remember, Mac Jones is a patriot. God bless. Bye-bye. And you know what's coming, folks. Peace. Love you all.
Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.